meeting of the Fairfax County Architectural Review Board. To kick this meeting off, we have to do a few more cumbersome meetings to do this electronically, and to effectuate both the emergency procedures authorized by FOIA. The ARB needs to make certain findings and determinations for the record. It's a bit cumbersome, so I ask everyone for your patience in advance. First, because each member of this ARB is participating in this meeting from a separate location, we must verify that a quorum of members is participating and that each member's voice is clear, audible, and at an appropriate volume for all other members. Accordingly, I'm going to conduct a roll call, and I ask each ARB member participating in this meeting to state your name and location from which you are participating. I ask that you pay close attention during this to make sure you can hear your other colleagues, and then following the roll call, we will vote to establish that we can all hear every other member. Well, let's start at the beginning here. Ms. Aubrey?
Yes, my name is Michelle Aubrey, and I am in my home in Alexandria, Virginia. And so far, I can hear everyone fine. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Burns?
Good evening. This is John Burns. I'm speaking to you from my house, living room, and I can hear everyone else just fine.
Thank you, sir. We had a new member appointed. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Ms. Camblin, are you with us? I don't see you on the list. All right, for the time being, I think, and I do not see her in the attendees, just to check to see, but Grace and Denise, you'll keep an eye out just in case she joins us we'll update the ledger on that. My name is Christopher Daniel. I'm the ARB chairman. I am reporting in from my home in Reston, Virginia. Ms. Wan.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Samantha Huang, and I joined the meeting from Reston, my house, and I can hear everyone well so far.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Kolinsky.
Yes, this is Stephen Kolinsky. I'm in my office in Alexandria, Virginia, and so far I can hear everyone also.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Murray.
This is Elise Murray. I'm in my residence in Vienna, Virginia.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Orr.
This is Kay Orr, and I'm in my mother-in-law's house in Venice, Florida.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Plumpy.
On mute.
I cannot hear myself, but now I can. So I am in my living room, my residence in Fairfax Station, Virginia, my living room office. I can hear everybody and see everybody good. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Zellman had another obligation, as requested to be excused. The request was approved. And Ms. Notkins, we did not hear a response, so her absence is considered unexcused. At this point, I don't see that Ms. Chamblin has joined us. So at this point, I'm going to pass the virtual gavel over to our treasurer, Ms. Aubrey, so that I might be heard to make the requisite motions. There you go, Michelle. I move that each member of excuse me. I move that each ARB's member's voice is adequately heard by each other member of this ARB.
I'll second that.
Is there a second? Okay, Mr. Kolinsky is second that. Thank you. All those in favor, yes.
Aye.
All those opposed? And the motion carries.
Thank you. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, as determined by the roll call, 8 members of the ARB are present and therefore satisfy the ARB quorum minimum. The ARB bylaws state that a minimum of 6 members are required to determine a quorum. It is so moved.
I'll second the motion.
Do we need a motion for that also? Okay.
We need a motion for every one of them, sadly, Michelle.
Every one of them. So thank you, Mr. Burns. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? And the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, next on the docket. It is next required to establish that now that we've established that each member's voice may be heard by every other member, we must next establish the nature of the emergency that compels these emergency procedures. The fact that we're meeting electronically, what type of electronic communication is being used, and how we have arranged for public access to this meeting. Therefore, I move that the state of emergency caused by the COVID-19 pandemic makes it unsafe for this ARB to physically assemble and unsafe for the public to physically attend any such meeting. And that as such, FOIA's usual procedures, which require the physical assembly of the ARB and the presence of the public, cannot be implemented safely or practically. I further move that the ARB may conduct this meeting electronically through WebEx, a county virtual meeting platform, and available for access through the ARB County website or through phone at 1-844-621-3956 with the access code 2343-958-1940. It is so moved.
I second it.
Seconded by Ms. Orr. Is all those in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, next, it is required that all matters addressed today on our agenda are statutorily required and necessary to complete operations and the discharge of this board's lawful purposes, duties, and responsibilities. It is so moved.
I can second it again.
Seconded again by Ms. Orr. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. Thank you.
All right. Lastly, the ARB needs to determine how long each member of the public will have to speak during public comment periods. The public will be allowed to comment after consent agenda items and after each action item, as is standard ARB practice. I move that each member of the public will have 3 minutes to speak.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Mr. Kolinsky. Thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All
Aye.
those opposed? And the motion carries. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. I'll take the gavel back. And with all that out of the way, we may start to move into our other action items on our agenda. The next thing is virtual meeting information. So Denise, can you please share some information about the WebEx platform and what members everyone needs to know, including any attendees?
Sure. Yes, this meeting is being recorded and the recording will be posted online within 10 days. Attendees may email me during the meeting, use the Q&A box or chat function in the WebEx platform for inquiries. Staff will monitor and respond accordingly. Attendees experiencing technical issues should call WebEx technical assistance at 1-866-799-3293. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Denise. As is custom, we begin any of the ARB's meetings with a reading of the Statement of Purpose and Intent of Historic Overlay Districts, and our illustrious member, John Burns, has offered to do that for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is my honor to read the Statement of Purpose and Intent tonight. Historic overlay districts are created for the purpose of promoting the general welfare, education, economic prosperity, and recreational pleasure of the public through the perpetuation of those general areas or individual structures and premises that have been officially designated by the Board of Supervisors as having historical, cultural, architectural, or archaeological significance. Regulations within such districts are intended to protect against destruction of or encroachment upon such areas, structures, and premises, to encourage uses which will lead to their continuance, conservation, and improvement in a manner appropriate to the preservation of the cultural, social, economic, political, architectural, or archaeological heritage of the county, to prevent creation of environmental influences adverse to such purposes, and to assure that new structures and uses within such districts will be in keeping with the character to be preserved and enhanced.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. All right, obviously, thank you again, everyone. Just a few bit of housekeeping items before we jump into approving the agenda. I always ask that applicants try to limit their presentation time for a first application to roughly about 8 minutes, resubmissions to about 3 minutes. We do have a rather full agenda if it's approved. So we do want to make sure we plan out our time accordingly. Again, as Denise highlighted, if you have a question or if you need to get their attention, please raise your hand or indicate something in the chat. As well, for any member of the public that intends to comment on any of the items for action, we will obviously see if any hands are raised or indications are made in the chat that you wish to comment. And as indicated, you would have 3 minutes following the application's presentation. With that in mind, I want to highlight that I was informed by staff that item number 2, the monument sign for Pohick Church, has withdrawn their application pending another approval within the county. So if there is a motion to approve our agenda, I would request that it be amended to account for that fact. And so I would entertain any motions. Ms. Aubrey.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the agenda as modified by removing item number 2, the monument sign for Pohick Church.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mr. Burns. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, motion carries. We have an agenda. As I mentioned before, we've limited public comments to 3 minutes, and that please indicate that on any of the items up for action as we go through them. There are no items on our consent calendar. One item we do have, Denise, was introduction and recognitions of guests. I did indicate that we did, through Supervisor Smith's office, have a new member appointed to the ARB, Ms. Karen Camplin. At this time, it does not appear that she was able to join us. We were working to make sure she had all the information and technical stuff set up to join digitally, but I don't see her here. So if she does show up, I'll pull out time later to introduce her, and we'll do that, save that for then. But Denise, are there any other guests that we need to recognize?
No, I do not believe so.
All right. Well, then that takes us on to our items for action, which brings us,
Hey, Chris, this is Joe Plumpy. I was just wondering, what type of occupation does the new person have?
I would love for Karen to speak to it herself. But my
Okay,
understanding
say no
is she has
more.
a background in planning.
Okay, no problem at all. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no, absolutely, Joe. It's a good question. Didn't want to steal her thunder, though. Seeing, obviously, if she does join, we'll make sure to give that chance. Going to item number 1, which is ARB 22 CRM 01, difficult run pump station, grit mitigation, and pump station upgrades located at 9950 Colvin Run in Great Falls in the Colvin Run Mill Historic Overlay District. This project proposes modifications to an existing precast diversion gate structure associated with the difficult run pump station. We have several presenters associated with the Fairfax County Department of Public Works and Environmental Services representing the application. I believe, Denise, you've elevated many of them to a presenter role. So I'm not quite sure if there's Mr. Newbold, Mr. and Mrs. Gao, or others who would be presenting. So please speak up.
Very good. So this is Jim Newbold here with Hazen and Sawyer, the project manager with the engineering firm working on the project. And Shao, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Shao Guo, and working on the project with James. Yep.
And good evening, everyone. My name is Ag Fallon. I'm with the Wastewater Design and Construction Division. So I am the Fairfax County project manager for this project. So Jim, if you could pull up the presentation, we will get started.
Good. All right. So can everyone see the presentation?
Yep, got it. Thank you.
Awesome.
So we're starting out with a map of the area. The difficult run pump station is located within the Colvin Run Mill, the historic district. It's just over the border of the district. It's on the very edge of it. The same
Can we ask that you put it in full presentation mode just to make it easier for some of us to see?
Of course.
Thank you. Sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you.
No problem. I'll wait for that to happen.
Yeah. Why am I having issues with this?
You go to
Button on the
slideshow.
bottom. the little button on the bottom that has like the
Oh yeah.
there
Okay.
you go.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm used to seeing on I see slideshow. Yeah. There you go. Is that
Thank
better,
you.
everybody?
Thank you so
Awesome.
much.
Yeah, thank you.
So this project, the part that we are coming to you with is the diversion structure. You can move forward, Jim. Thank you. We are doing some work within the pump station itself, but all that work is being done inside. The diversion structure, if you go to the next slide, is located in an easement, and it is shown here in white. The box right next to it is, it's like a manhole. It's just a rectangle shape. It's on the Potomac Interceptor, so it's at grade level. The structure right next to it, the one in white, is the one where we'll take the existing structure currently at grade and elevate it approximately 10 feet above. As we discussed last time, that structure is necessary to divert the flow from the collection system into the pump station so we can take the flow to our treatment plant. Based on your comments last time, we are changing the stair arrangement from just straight on, which takes up a fair amount of space, to a kind of an angle-shaped and L-shaped stair set, and that's shown on the right side of the presentation. So our footprint has shrunk a little bit. Again, the stairs are within a fence line to make sure that the facility is secure and protected. Please, next one. So that's the configuration. Again, just a little bit more of a detailed view. We're presenting the dimension of the structure. Again, no changes from before. About 11.5 to 9 feet is the footprint, and we're going 10 feet above grade. And that is approximately 1.5 feet above the floodplain at that particular location. Let's go to the next one. Thank you, Jim. And another suggestion that we had from you was to change the color from the typical gray of precast concrete to a colored concrete. We are proposing, out of the available palette, to use kind of a brownish color to blend in with the surrounding trees. And we're showing two pictures. Obviously, every monitor shows the colors a little bit differently, so please bear with us here. But painted concrete, or colored concrete, I should say, it's not really painted, it's stained concrete. You'll see structures with colors like that around, and here's a picture from Tyson's of one of the buildings. So I hope the color is sort of representative. Like I said, it looks a little different on a monitor depending on which monitor I put it on. So I'm not sure exactly what color you're looking at, but we try to get as close to trees as possible. Next, please. So the rest of the presentation is what we showed you last time. The first one is the location of the diversion structure, which is indicated by the bright yellow star. We are about 400 feet from the difficult run trail and about half a mile from the Colvin Run. So we're tucked in an area that's not receiving any foot traffic, and a fair distance from the pump station, from the trail, about 200 feet from Route 7. Obviously, nobody stands on Route 7 and looks at our structure. That's a very fast traffic moving in that area. Next, please. This is our beginning map that we showed. So just pointing out that we are on the very edge of the historic district limit with that facility, but still very much within it. Next, please. Then we included a series of photos. You have seen all of them previously from the different perspective. The new one that was requested is number 7. It'll be towards the end, and it is the view from Route 7. So moving through the photos, just wanted to point out that you'll see kind of two types of photos. Some of the older ones that we have, and then more recent photos will be showing you kind of a bare area because there was construction going on that's related to, please go ahead to the next one, Jim, construction related to the widening of Route 7 and the utility relocation that took place as a result of that project. So you'll see silt fences up, you'll see a lot of kind of construction equipment and debris still around when we took those photos. Obviously, the area looked a lot prettier. The trees were more overgrown. There was more grass instead of the bare areas. But that's just where we are right now with the project widening, like I said, widening Route 7 and doing the utility relocation that's associated with that. So let's just move through the photos. And we are happy to pause at any point that you may have questions. This is number 3. This is kind of at the start of the trail, looking at the parking areas. And the fence is the fence from the pump station. So that's an existing structure currently. Number 4. This is on the trail. Is this the bridge, Jim?
Yes, this is on the trail, on the bridge with the culvert underneath it. So it's just kind of perspective looking down the utility maintenance path down to the structure.
Great. So obviously the silt fence is not a permanent structure. That's obviously will be going away. And then number 5 is much closer to the structure. Oh, sorry, it's looking towards the pump station from the structure. And then there's the edge of the structure, still with, you can see the grass that's being grown there. Some construction debris still on there because people were working on it when we were there taking the photos. The photo during the fall to the right, that's what things look like before the construction. So you can see a lot more plant growth that we had in the area. And then the last one, the brand new photo, again, you see the open area and the silt fence of the construction. Again, all that will be filled in as the growth comes back. But that's just kind of where we are right now in early spring with the construction project going on. And I think that's the last one, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that was the last one. That was the newest photo from the workshop session.
Mm-hmm. So based on the workshop, we modified the stairs, we modified the colors, and provided some additional photos. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know Jim is too, of anything that you want to know about our application or this particular structure.
All right. Thank you so much. So before we get to any of the members' questions, obviously, next thing is we should ask if there are any members of the public that have any statements for or against. Denise, are there any hands raised or any comments in the chat that someone has a public comment on this one?
I do not see any hands raised or comments in the chat about this application.
All right. At this time, I don't think we have any statements or arguments from an official commission or other authority regarding the project. So we would then go into our membership to ask any questions we might have. I'm going to flip things on their head a little bit because I've been told I go in alphabetical order too much, and I think I put too much strain on our poor A, Bs, and Cs at the top of the deck. So I'm actually going to reverse the order for this meeting and try to kind of stagger that back and forth to give some members some relaxation as opposed to just going around like we would if we were in person. So instead, Mr. Plumpy, you are first on deck for if you have any questions.
No, I have no questions at all. I'm excited that you did the change with the 90-degree angle stair and smaller footprint. I'm excited to see it built, even though it is a structure that no one is excited about too much, but I'm excited to see it done and done well. But thank you so much. Everything's good on my end.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Plumpy. Ms. Orr.
Oh, looks good to me. Thank you for coming to us and talking with us about it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Murray.
I have no questions or concerns.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Kalinsky.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that you found a solution to help blend it in by staining the concrete. I know in our last workshop item, when we discussed this, we talked about, various screening methods, but I think a very simple, straightforward, and long-lasting, maintenance-free way to solve the problem that you've come up with, so it works well. This is just kind of a general note, more so for Denise. On these applications, generally expect to see elevations of the structures or the buildings, and I didn't, and maybe I'm missing it, but I didn't see any elevation so much as just a section and plan detail on this particular structure.
Mhm.
So in the future, it'd probably be best if we could request the applicant to do that. I mean, I can imagine what it's going to look like. I understand what it's going to look like, so I don't think it's necessary for us to request it of this applicant. I mean, it's very utilitarian and straightforward, but just going forward, let's see if we can make that happen. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll keep that in mind for future application. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Swan.
No comments and no question.
All right, Mr. Burns. I think you are muted.
Yeah,
There we go.
I finally got it. Yes, I echo Mr. Klinsky's remark. We do expect to get adequate drawings, and I agree with him in this instance. It's not terribly meaningful, but for other applicants, it would be quite meaningful. And I'm also grateful that you took our suggestions to heart and made the L-shaped stair and the Keem mineral silicate stain is I think a good solution. So no further comments or questions.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burns. Ms. Aubrey.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the applicant for their presentation. I am fine with the proposal, and I have no questions and no concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I echo my fellow members' comments. Thank you for the quick and succinct presentation. Also, thank you very much for the questions and responses document that came with your package. If only all applications did that, I think it was very helpful to see how you responded to our individual questions. I agree. I think the solution for the coloring is great, and I will agree with my colleagues that I think it was perhaps because of the structural basis of this project that I didn't even think about the elevation requirement with the submission here. But obviously, to get plan approvals, make sure that everything is in order from that perspective. That being said, I'm seeing no other comments or hands up from members with follow-up questions at this point, unless there was a member of the public that did have something they wanted to bring up in the chat since then. I think I would entertain a motion.
I'll read it.
All right, Ms. Murray.
Having trouble getting the document up. I seem to have two draft agendas and no motions loaded. I'm sorry, I can't read it at this instant.
I can read it.
Ms. Murray, I'd be glad to step in for you.
All right, Mr. Kalinsky, you have a motion, sir.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that the ARB approve action item ARB 22-CRM-01- difficult pump station grit mitigation and pump station upgrades located at 9950 Colvin Run Road, Great Falls, in the Colvin Run Mill HOD tax map number 0191010002B for the proposed modifications to the existing precast diversion gate structure associated with the Difficult Run pump station, as submitted and presented at the April 14, 2022 ARB meeting. Upon review of the materials, the proposal is found to meet the requirements of zoning ordinance 3101- historic overlay districts.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kalinsky. We have a motion. Is there a second? I see Ms. Aubrey, her hand up, seconded by Ms. Aubrey. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you very much to the presenters. Denise will get with you following this meeting, coordinating any approvals and paperwork.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Really enjoyed working with you.
Absolutely. All right.
Have a
Before
great
we,
evening.
before we move on to our new item 2, since the previous item 2 was withdrawn, I believe I thought I saw Ms. Camplin. Are you with us?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
All right, sure, excellent. Glad to have you here. So I would want to just give you a quick chance to introduce yourself, since obviously we have a new appointed member. I know there are a few questions, so just give you a moment. Obviously, welcome to the ARB through your appointment through Supervisor Smith. But just to obviously confirm you could all hear us and to give you just a short introduction so that everyone knows who you are.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I heard everyone very well, and I hope everybody can hear me as well. And sorry, if somebody were to come up to me and say, would you bet $1 million that this meeting starts at 7, I would have taken it. So it is my fault. I got the meeting time wrong. And here I was jumping on thinking I was going to be a minute early. Oh, but anywho, so hi, everyone. Karen Camplin. I am in Sully District. And as was indicated, I was represented by or appointed by Supervisor Kathy Smith. I was a tree commissioner for several years, and I'm now transitioning over from that over to this. And I am a community development planner by trade, focusing on public engagement, due to comprehensive land use, stuff like that, and public engagement. So it's great to be here.
Thank you so much. It's great to have you here. We're always happy to get closer to a fuller ARB. And obviously, we were moving slowly through the agenda. We had just gotten done with item 1. We had amended the agenda slightly because item 2 had been withdrawn. So we are now on to item 3, which is ARB 21 MTV01, the renovation plan for the original Mount Vernon High School, located at 8323 and 8333 Richmond Highway, 4100 Mohawk Lane, 8345 Riddick Avenue, and oh my gosh, 8405 Mount Zephyr Drive. The applicant, the Board of Supervisors of Fairfax County, is seeking a special exception to allow for alternate uses of the historic buildings of the original Mount Vernon High School. The ARB has the authority to review and provide recommendations over the exterior renovations to historic structures under the new alternative use historic building special exemption in the zoning ordinance. So the applicant is proposing the demolition of portions of the buildings that have not been deemed historically significant, and in addition to an addition of a welcome center at the rear of the building. The proposed uses are going to include a early childhood education facility, gymnasium, team center, nonprofit programs, as well as other community uses. Again, it is listed on the National Register, and we have several presenters along with this one. And I just want to remind members again that this is an application for our recommendation, not approval. So any motion will be us making a recommendation going forward. And so I see Laura as well as Mr. Calentano. I'm not quite sure which one is going to be presenting first, but welcome.
Thank you, Chris. This is Joe Celentano. I will be presenting first. We do have with us our landscape architect and civil engineer to also join in the presentation.
Mr. Calentano,
Yes.
if I could, I'm going to give the ARB a quick background about what their purview is for the special exception use, if that's okay. I will literally take 2 minutes before you
Absolutely.
go, just to educate everybody on that. So sorry to interrupt. I will be 2 minutes, I promise.
Yes.
So to the ARB members, and Ms. Camplin, welcome to the ARB. My name is Laura Arsenault. I'm the branch chief of the Heritage Resources and Plan Development section in DPD. I was formerly ARB administrator for a couple of years, so a lot of friendly faces. Happy to be back to see everybody every month. I wanted to give just a background briefly on the alternative uses in historic structures use, because this is the first one that's come through the ARB process. So I just wanted to, I have 3 slides, actually, and you all have seen this before because I did it at a ARB meeting in, I think, December. Let's see if that works. Okay, start slideshow, maybe. Just give me 1 second. What am I sharing? Can you
Very
guys see?
beautiful desktop. Right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's your
Oh,
desktop.
okay. See, I see nothing. Okay, let me try again. That's weird. All right.
Yeah, it's a Christmas cactus bloom that you have on your.
Is it?
Yes,
It's just the default flower.
just telling you.
Actually,
Sorry.
I like it. It changes every half hour. Let's see if I can get PowerPoint to share.
There's
If
no
not,
such thing as a default flower to Joe.
it's true. I should have remembered who I was talking to.
Thank you so much.
Okay, regardless, I just wanted to, one of the zoning ordinance. Okay, can you guys see my notes or the other?
We cannot see anything at this moment, Laura.
Okay, well, okay, I give up. Now I can see the PowerPoint, but you can't. All right, I give up. All right. Anyway, I'll just ad lib it. So the alternative uses in historic structures is a new zoning ordinance use that went in with the zoning ordinance last summer. And this is the first time we've put it into play. It's a special exception use that's coming through with this 2232 application that's about to be presented to you. One of the requirements, a couple of the requirements in the zoning ordinance for this use is that the property must be listed on the inventory of historic sites, which it is. The site is also on the National Register of Historic Places and on the Virginia Landmarks Register, which we're all familiar with. Further, the ARB is allowed to make recommendations on the exterior modification of the buildings with this new special exception use. So tonight, after the presentation, I think the applicant is looking for a recommendation, an action item. So just wanted to put that out there for context when you're listening to the presentation. So apologize for the technology issues.
That's all right, Laura. Thank you for that information. Again, that's really helpful. And we'll turn it back over to Joe. Joe C, not Joe P.
Joe C. That works. Actually, in my office, there's a Joe A and a Joe B. I'm Joe C, and you've got a Joe P. Should I be sharing my presentation from here, or will you guys be pulling it up? I can share. Go ahead.
If you can share, go ahead. If you have trouble, I'll step in.
Okay. Are you seeing it?
Yes, we see the presentation there. Perfect. Absolutely.
Okay. Great. Okay. Well, it's good to be in front of you again. This is, we've been once before, and I think since that time, I would say that the fundamentals of the project have not changed. Tonight, I think our focus will be on just updating you on the design of the building, but we also have more to share on the site. I think that was one of the requests last time too, was to give some more information about the site approach. So let's see. Just get everybody's faces up here. Okay. All right. So this is the overall site. We're on the edge of the Mount Vernon and Lee districts with Richmond Highway, between the two, and our building facing onto Richmond Highway. And it's a significant structure on Richmond Highway. And with the new BRT, there'll be more opportunities for public transportation to this location. And we are developing the building to the south as well, and I will talk about that in a minute. So this originally was part of the George Washington Mount Vernon estate, built in 1939. That piece that you see on the left is the 1939 piece with additions in the 50s and renovations in the 80s, about 140,000 total square feet. It's listed in the National Register, and state historic tax credits are part of this project. We will be going for that. This kind of crazy collage here is all of the additions that have been done over the years. And again, historic main building, 1939, and all of the contributing buildings, we will need to be replacing the windows, the exterior facades will be restored. The historic main entrance will stay an entrance to the building for VDHR. And then certain interior elements are protected as well, lockers, wood trim, other things. We've been had an ongoing conversation with VDHR over those items. From the beginning, we've had this creating pathways to opportunity as a kind of driver and inspirational theme for the project. And Supervisor Stork has been a great a spokesperson for that and has helped us to set up this basic arrangement of core, anchor, and complementary program spaces in the building. This is all still in effect over time. Some of these tenants are committed, others are not, but that's something that's been worked out over time and will continue to be worked out. In terms of scope on the renovation and adaptive reuse of the existing building, we're demolishing the non-historic structures and taking care of the hazmats, replacing and upgrading building systems throughout, dealing with accessibility inside and out, and then historic tax credits again, and LEED Gold is our goal in terms of LEED sustainability. These images of the historic front facade, if you could picture these looking almost exactly the same, but with restored elements, the windows and the paint and the finishes and the roof. We'll be re-roofing, we'll be reusing the slate on the slate roofs. And this will remain a front door to the building. As I said, the public transportation will be bringing people to this front door. It's a recognizable front door. We'll also have another front door on the south side of the building where the majority of the parking is. So there will be a receptionist at this when you enter the building on this side, and a receptionist when you enter from the south side. So this little diagram kind of explains our design approach to the additions and basically trying to bring some integrity back to this collection of buildings. The existing building on the top left, again, is that collage collection of pieces. We took out the non-contributing pieces in that demo diagram, and that allowed us to build a new element that creates symmetry, that helps to make a connection back to the existing building, the 1939 piece, which has a cupola on the front. And so that kind of access through the center of the building is something that we are trying to pick up on with our additions, and then creating a courtyard and then the welcome center, which is a new element that you can see here, the glassy space that is both a welcome space. Right now in the building, there's not really a lot of available public space for gathering and for joining together. So this space is doing that, as well as solving a number of circulation challenges. A lot of these floors are at different levels. So we are putting a new elevator in here and stairs that allow us to connect all the different floor levels and bridge over to the Teen and Senior Center on the right as well. So that's the main sort of function of the Welcome Center. This is a view on axis. And one of the strategies here with the Welcome Center was for it to be as transparent as possible. That's a proven strategy with VDHR in terms of historic buildings. We're trying to feature the existing building and think of the Welcome Center as a just kind of front porch, but it's an enclosed space and a functional space as well. This arrangement also allowed us to create a courtyard space, which is really an opportunity for program space in the front of in this area. And I don't know, Susan, do you want to add anything about the courtyard while we're on this image, or do you want to wait till your slides come up?
Sure, I'll just chime in to just point out that, as Joe was saying, this is a welcome center. We're trying to make it feel as open and welcoming as possible. And so in this particular view, you can see how we're trying to create that seamless transition from the interior to the exterior for that overall cohesive experience.
Yep. And we're using wood on the underside of these these kind of floating roofs to bring some warmth to that space. There are existing interior courtyards, which in the upper left, you can see their current condition, which I wouldn't really call them courtyards. They're more like light wells in their current state. But I think we are attempting to make them into more usable spaces, program spaces, by bringing the grade elevation up to match the finished floor, and then creating some hard surface and lighting and other amenities that would make these more useful spaces. We have 2 of these in the building that are completely sort of landlocked by the building itself. There's also another East Terrace space that currently is a kind of parking and service area that we're able to take advantage of. It's adjacent to the gym and the Teen and Senior Center, but accessible from the rest of the building as well. Another potential outdoor usable program space. On the southwest side of the building, up in the top left, is the existing kitchen, the old kitchen and the cafeteria on the lower level and the library on the upper levels. And the kitchen is, along with an addition, will become the new child care center. And that's what the images on the right is showing. There's a new entrance element that tries to take some cues from the Welcome Center's language, and then brick elements for the addition, the child care addition to the right. On the bottom left is an image of the child care from the front, but I've got a bigger shot of that. Yeah, here we go. So this kind of shows those 2 flanking brick elements that lead you into the main entrance of the building. On the right is the existing old shop building, and on the left is the child care addition. And our strategy with the new elements here has been to have brick elements that extend the basic logic of the massing of the building. And in this case, the childcare addition is brick with white windows similar to the existing, but we're using a different patterning of the brick to distinguish it from the original historic pieces. And that's what we're showing here. Existing building is a running bond, pretty typical running bond with header courses every five or 6 courses, I think. And then our strategy is going to be to have a stack bonded pattern. And the color, this is not a good representation of the color. The idea is to try to kind of bring some color from some of the different brick that has been used on the original building and the later additions, and get a blend that would allow us to kind of represent all of that brick, but to use it in this way with a stack bond and then kind of recesses that would express a vertical arrangement on the facade. Coming around to the teen and senior side, the existing condition is pretty much pavement. The road just kind of flows right into the parking area. So one of the key things we wanted to do here was to separate that with some planting and green space, and then to bring some more planted areas to this side of the building as well. And we're creating an accessible entrance to the teen and senior, or recreating, I would say, and then a little entrance portico. I think that's it on the building, and we can move to the site.
Thank you, Joe. So I know we need to keep our presentation brief, so I'll keep everything at a high level, and certainly if we have any questions about more details, we're happy to answer those. When looking at the site, as Joe was talking about how to incorporate the history of the building and recognize that, we wanted to do the same in the site as well. So we started with this idea of a quilted pattern or weaving together the different threads of history, and that led us to this pattern that is a bit on a grid to honor that symmetry of the building itself, but a loose grid that at the same time allows us to create spaces that are an appropriate size and respond to the varying site conditions and building conditions. So working both with hardscape and landscape areas, and then within the hardscape and the landscape, adding nuances of pattern and color and texture to create this overall rich pattern that brings everything together. So looking at these different spaces, Joe's been talking about that courtyard in the middle and that welcome center and that strong axis with the cupola and the front entrance of the building, and really trying to draw people from that parking lot up into the welcome center courtyard space. From there, within that space, we have areas where it could be used for both kind of flexible everyday use, as well as having an area that could be used for a stage for different performances or events. So trying to maximize the flexibility of that space, and also having an area on the left side close to the Head Start area that could be appealing to children. There is a playground associated with the child care center that you see in the kind of the bottom left area corner of those buildings, which is going to be a really great space, but it is dedicated to the Head Start program. And so we wanted to make sure that there were other playful elements within the site in general that anybody and everybody could use, regardless of, time of day or access to Head Start. You see in the middle of the building those two new courtyards that Joe was mentioning, raising the grade of those so they can serve as post or pre-function for different events. Staff could have lunches out there and different things like that. And then the space adjacent to the senior center and the teen area having outdoor spaces where they can have activities and social events as well. Next slide. We did want to just mention that with all of these improvements, we are taking into account the improvements that VDOT is doing to or planning to do to Route 1. So that will be installing a new multi-use or shared path track and a sidewalk across the front of the property there, and will be taking up right of way in that area. So just wanted to acknowledge that we are accounting for those future plans. Next slide. And then with that is our circulation diagram, and the pink are the existing and proposed vehicular circulation patterns, and in the blue and green are the pedestrian routes. So as Joe mentioned, we are maintaining pedestrian access to the existing historic front entrance, as well as the gym entrance. And then with the parking lot in the back, we'll have entrances to the Welcome Center, the child care facility, and really trying to maximize the access throughout the site. Next slide. Just a quick note about the pavement materials. As I mentioned, we were trying to really play with pattern and color in a way that brought together this idea of richness of history of place. We're trying to use neutral tones that are very similar to each other so that we're not getting too crazy with the pattern, but having more subtle differences between the two, using artificial turf as a soft hardscape material, both in the courtyard on the left-hand side for a playful children's area there, as well as in the playground associated with Head Start, where we will also have rubberized safety surface for the play equipment there. Next slide. And then looking at the landscape, at the plants, pulling that, continuing to pull that grid pattern and working with a variety of colors and textures and seasonal interest. We're using trees as a regular primary grid throughout the site, both within this courtyard space, as well as carrying that out into the parking lot. So you do have that regularized pattern as kind of the bones and structure of the planting plan. And then at that underlying level, both across bioretention areas and in the non-bioretention areas, working with a variety of shrubs, perennials, ornamental grasses to achieve that richness of color and texture and seasonal interest. Next slide. And then lastly, we just have 2 slides about the transitional screening that we will be providing. We have a few sections here showing the conditions at Mohawk Lane, which is the main entrance or main access between Route 1 and the parking lot. So we will have landscape between Mohawk Lane and the parking lot. And then also at the opposite side on the plan southeast plan area where we are adjacent and out parcel. We'll be providing screening there as well. Next slide. And lastly, and one more view of the landscaping kind of buffer area that we'll have against that out parcel. And then at the bottom section is just a cross section through from the center courtyard to the loading dock area, just showing how we're using a combination of strategies to screen from the courtyard area to the loading dock, both elevation, walls, and landscape in order to tuck in the courtyard area and separate those experiences. And I believe that is all. I know we were running through everything quickly, but as I said, we're happy to answer questions about more details.
All right, thank you very much, Susan and Joe. Obviously, this is something up for action, so we do want to take into account if there are any members of the public that have any comments or an against. Denise, obviously, please keep an eye, just check the chat, as well as if anyone's raised their hand for a member of the public.
I see done at this time, Chris.
All right, thank you very much. We'll keep a lookout just in case. That being said, though, we'll go through the members and see if they have any questions. Starting with Mr. Plumpy.
Sure. No comments at all. Susan, good presentation. Joe also as well. I know that Susan and I met and others as well with the county's request and your request that we can kind of look at the transitional screening and that kind of stuff. So thank you for doing what we discussed, or at least implying that the plan will be what we talked about. So I'm happy. And I think the other parts of the landscape planting plan with the grid systems and so forth, I think will be very entertaining to see. So nice work, Susan.
Thank you very much, Joe. And I realized, sorry, Ms. Camplin, for your sake, just so you know, we go through the list of members who are present one by one, just because it's not very easy to do hand raising and everything. So I will get to you. I'm going in reverse alphabetical order, just FYI, so that you know when we're going to be coming up on you. That being said, in that order, we get to Ms. Orr.
Well, I think it's a beautiful presentation. Thank you. And a very successful use of this piece of property. And I thank you for taking this on and highly recommend they move forward with it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Orr. Ms. Murray.
I would like to echo Ms. Orr's remarks. It's a wonderful project, and I'm looking. Appears to be very sensitive, and I'm looking forward to the next phase of this building's history.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Kalinsky.
Yeah, thank you. Significant undertaking here, and I think you guys have done an excellent job of not only presenting it, but also thinking it all through. And just I'm particularly intrigued by your paving patterns. I think they work very, very well. So whoever did that deserves a pat on the back. But looking forward to recommending this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Wan.
I have no question at all. Looking forward to see it get built.
All right. Ms. Camblin, I know that this is something that's probably just been before you for the first time, so you obviously are not expected to have comments, but if you do have any comments or questions, by all means.
Thank you. Yes, I don't have any comments, but I'm very excited about this project and what you presented today. It was very, very interesting. And so good luck and thanks for such a wonderful presentation tonight.
All right, Mr. Burns.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was impressed with this project when it came before us in a workshop, and with the additional refinements you've incorporated, I think it's even better. So good job. Look forward to seeing it. It's just a few miles from where I'm sitting.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Aubrey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank the presenters for all the detailed information they gave us. I'm looking forward to having the whole site be totally redeveloped. And I, like Mr. Burns, live not very far away, and I drive by this site often. So I look forward to it being better utilized than it is now.
Thank you, ma'am. I obviously would echo my fellow members' comments. I'm very excited to see this move forward. Maybe even one day when it's done, maybe we can hold a meeting there in the future. I think that would be very much in order, particularly for travel for our colleagues who drive across the county back when we used to do that. I will say I am very appreciative of the consideration regarding the main entrance. That was something that particularly concerned me during the last presentation, that a lot of times when these projects happen and there's a new, very glitzy and I think very creative new main entrance that is created, the original historic entrance gets neglected or the door gets barred shut and it becomes really just a relic. And the fact that you all are still going to make this an accessible point, even if it may have a less higher frequency use, I think it does still pay homage to the building as it originally was intended. Even though even through its use, it's probably had more access through that other side entrance, even as a school, given the way the roads and the patterns around it shape. But again, I agree. Thank you very much. With that in mind, unless there are any other comments from members of the board, in this one, I would look for a motion to recommend. Remember, the sample motions that you've been sent have particular text for this one that has to be given in a particular manner, as Laura pointed out. We have certain authorities here, but not the same.
I'd be, as a member of the Mount Vernon district, or appointed in the Mount Vernon district, I'd be happy to make the motion.
All right, Mr. Kalinsky.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that the ARB recommend approval of action item ARB 21-MTV-01, renovation plan for original Mount Vernon High School located at 8323 and 8333 Richmond Highway, 4100 Mohawk Lane, 8345 Reddick Avenue, and 8405 Mount Zephyr Drive in Alexandria. Tax map numbers 1014, 015A and 57, 1014, 071 and 39, and 1014 8E1 for the proposed special exception to allow alternative uses of the historic original Mount Vernon High School, as submitted and presented at the April 14th, 2022 ARB meeting. Upon review of the materials, the proposal is found to meet the requirements of zoning ordinance 4102.1H, standards for alternative use of historic buildings.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded by Mr. Burns. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing how this progresses, and definitely, absolutely hope that this is something that maybe could qualify for the Exceptional Design Awards in the future, perhaps as integrating a historic property with design. We don't get those a lot, but I really want to commend that and can't wait to see this project take off. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we really appreciate your support on this. We are just as excited to see this happen, and your support has got to help us on that. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We move on to our next item on our last item for action today. It is item ARB 22 HOL 02, the Heck Residence Remodeling and Addition located at 2213 Glasgow Road, Alexandria. The project proposes to remodel and construct an addition to an existing home, including replacement of damaged windows and doors throughout the house, MEP improvements and repairs to existing damaged roof and eave. Michael Cook and Roger Chen of Cook Architecture represent the application. All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Burns.
Yes, I, John Burns, under Virginia Code Section 2.2-3112B1 and 2.2-3115H, declare my personal interest in transactions brought before the Architectural Review Board involving the Holland Hills Historic Overlay District, and specifically state the following. 1. Consideration and approval of proposals on the ARB April 14 agenda involve the Holland Hills Historic Overlay District. 2. The nature of my personal interest is that I own and reside in a home that is valued at over $5,000 and is located in the Holland Hills HOD. 3. I am a member of a group of 3 or more persons who are members of which are affected by the transaction. And 4, I am able to participate in the transaction fairly, objectively, and in the public interest. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. I appreciate you getting that statement in, and I will turn it over to Mr. Cook. Are you there, and can you hear us? We cannot hear you at this moment.
Mr. Cook, you are unmuted. Try to unmute yourself again and speak.
Again, we cannot hear you at this moment. So what we can do is Denise does have the call-in number that we can share with you all, so you could call in via phone. And since we can't see you and the presentation can work, if we can't hear you, we can definitely do it that way.
Yes, exactly. Let me call up the number. So the number to call in is 1-844-621-3956, and I'll also drop it in the chat. And then you'll need to enter the presentation number as well. Or excuse me, the meeting number as well, which is, hang on for a second. The event number is 2343-958-1940, and I will also drop that in the chat. We did a run through today too, and I don't know what's happening. Okay, so both the call-in number and the event number are now in the chat.
Oh, the joys of virtual meetings.
Right, and there are 2 callers on the line. Let me unmute the 2 callers. So there are 2 callers on the line, 571242. Could you state your name and which application you're associated with?
Thank you very much. My name is Dale Rumberger. I'm the immediate past president of the South County Federation, and I was here to initially concerning the Pohick Church memorial sign, but seeing that that has been moved from the agenda, I was listening to the original Mount Vernon High School restructuring. I was actually part of the committee Supervisor Jerry Highland put together in suggesting reuse of that some 20 years ago. So excited to see not only hear the excellent presentation, but to see that that's moving forward.
Thank you so much. And let's see, caller. See the number at 202-999. Could you state your name and what application you're associated with?
Good afternoon to all. My name is Mark Taftia. I'm a builder of the house at 1102 Chambridge Road with Kay Jaburi on. I don't know, is Mr. Jaburi still on the phone? Or...
That's all right. We just wanted to make sure we didn't have Mr. Cook or any of them.
Right, exactly. Thank you so much. Hi, is this Mr. Cook?
Yes.
Can you hear us?
We can, but there's an echo. I think you need to mute your computer. Let's try it now. Still echoing.
Can you hear us?
Okay. We can hear you now. Go ahead and speak.
So we're going to use, that sounds terrible. Okay, is that better?
Yes, that is.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Okay.
We're ready to roll. Sorry about that. We did do a dry run earlier today, and it seemed like we had everything figured out. So we are going to present from our end.
Okay.
And I think, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Very good. You want to bring it up? So we are here to present a 300 square foot addition for Patrick and Allison Heck. It is located in Holland Hills. The address is 2213 Glasgow Road, and that is in Alexandria, Virginia. We're just going to take you through our presentation here. First off, this is a general location map of Holland Hills. Over here, my cursor, I'm showing you Fort Hunt Road right along here. The home location is right here on Glasgow Road. Here we're showing the existing footprint of the building right here. This was originally a Unit 2, which was built in 1953. Here I'm actually going to show you the floor plan here. The original Charles Goodman home is basically in this shape right here. That was roughly 1,200 square feet in the 80s. An addition was added to the structure here to the left-hand side, to the south side. And then our proposed additions are two. One is about 240 square feet. It occurs here in the rear of the house. This portion is a kitchen addition. And then on the right-hand side, which is to the north elevation, we propose to add 68 square feet of a new entry area. This is an original landscape plan that was created by Dan Kiley and his firm back in 1954. And I know this was part of the submittal, was to talk about the landscape. Right now, the owners are planning on implementing this as the budget provides. And so this is something that will take place over time. Our two additions are going to take place right here in the rear of the residence, and then here to the side of the residence, both of which are now in hardscaped areas. This is the east elevation of the house as seen from Glasgow Road. The original Charles Goodman designed home is basically ended right about here where this tree is, and it's occurs all in this area, and then the addition is to the left here. These are just some context pictures showing views down Glasgow Road. This is looking to the south. This view here is looking to the north. These are more front elevations. Here are some images of the rear yard, the way it exists right now. And here's some additional photographs. This is the front elevation once again. This is the south elevation. We are making no changes here. This is the front entry right here, and this is where we plan to build a 68 square foot addition and then a small wood deck as an entry landing. These images here depict the original recycled brick that was used on many of the Goodman houses. A lot of this brick came from homes that were taken down, row houses that were demolished in Baltimore, and they reused that brick. This is wood siding, which we will get to later. This is a view here of the rear elevations. This is the west elevation, and this is where we plan on building the proposed kitchen addition. And this is another picture here from the rear yard, basically showing here is where the kitchen addition will take place, and then on this side is the 1980s addition. I'll quickly run through the proposed floor plans. We have them aligned in such a way. The existing roof plan, floor plan right here depicts the existing condition right now. The original Charles Goodman house is in this area right here, and then these additions happened in the 80s. Here's the existing roof plan, and then our proposed plans are below. I'm going to zoom into this. Whoops. How do I zoom in again? Just right on the floor plan. We'll just zoom right in there. Well, maybe we won't zoom in. It's okay. So that's fine. We'll just talk about it. Okay, so here is you could actually see this. This is the small addition here for the front entry, and then the area for the new kitchen addition will occur right here. These are the roof plans, and I will show you the elevations now. Again, we have the existing rear elevation to the left, and these are the proposed elevation. This is the east elevation of the existing, and then the proposed elevation to the right here. So along the front elevation, the improvements that are going to happen here, there's a bedroom that exists right here. We're going to upgrade this particular window to become an egress window, which is 5.7, larger than 5.7 square feet. And then the new entry area to, on your right side here is we're gonna use that as the window spacing and the door spacing mimics that of the original Goodman house, which is 3'1.5" feet on center, 3'1.5" inches on center. The addition in the rear here, I'm going to talk about the material selections really quickly. This is the existing house has a 1x4 siding, which is actually a square edge siding. It's almost like laid almost as if it's like wood flooring. There's no V-joint on the wood. And we were going to have wood milled that resembles that. In terms of the layout of the windows across the rear elevation here, this geometry and the shapes of the window, the design was created from taking the living room windows, and we've just merely mirrored the size within 2 inches, and we have placed them on the rear elevation. In this corner window here, we propose to have some corner glass window in the corner, and in order to achieve that, we are unable to continue this horizontal line across here, as there's a steel column that runs up right through the wall, and that prevents us from running that one horizontal window mullion across this side. And then again, as you see here, we're unable to have that continue right here. I'll go back to this elevation. The materials here, we're going to match the wood siding, which is 1x4, which is here, all across the base of the building. And here, as you can see on the front elevation below this stoop and along the side of this addition, we plan on using the recycled brick. I'm going to go to the side elevations now. So again, we've paired up the existing condition with what we're proposing. I think the significant elevations to focus on are right here. This is the existing entry right to the side of this large masonry fireplace. And the door is actually around this corner right now. We propose to add this space, which is only 68 square feet. And then you can see the kitchen addition space is here. In obtaining the overall formal concept of what we were looking to do, we've provided a low-pitched shed roof coming off this way. We initially had attempted to match the original Goodman slope right here, which is 3 1/8 inch per 12 slope. In doing so, if we match that exact slope of the roof, the peak of this new addition would actually exceed the height of the masonry fireplace volume. So what we decided there is to actually change the slope of this roof. So our new addition is actually below the existing house. In addition, some other material selections are we've added some cement board paneling here and in other areas on the rear elevation. We have a cement board panel here. So that's pretty much the shape of the building. And then, these are more details here. I want to jump into this section. Okay, here's a section and how we basically have achieved a couple other details where we're really trying to mimic the existing Goodman building. And one is the header and the structural condition, which is up here. We have the steel beam that spans about 20 feet across here. In order to have the fascia out here, we're roughly at 7.5 inches. And this is consistent with a lot of the Goodman buildings that have butterfly roofs, is that it's a tapered eave projection. And at the edge of the fascia, the furthest extension of the roof, we're looking to have a very thin condition. In the existing building, as I'm showing here, it's 5 3/4 inch. But the way they achieve that is by having 2x3, which are very, very skinny, slender framing members come out. It's just not physically possible to do that unless it's all a steel structure. Although we have steel tucked up in here, that we're minimizing this down to 7.5 inches. And I'm going to show you some pictures of previous projects we've done where this is very close to actually replicating what was there as close as we can. On the entry volume, which we have a section through right here, we were able to get the fascia height down to 6 inches. Another big part of this is there's a dropped beam, which is in here. And we're trying to match the height of that dropped beam, which you see is the fascia condition across the south elevation. We're trying to maintain that at 8 inches, which is, again, it matches over here. The existing living room front facade is roughly 8 inches. So we're trying in many places to make the exterior pretty much resemble what is there. These are more details here of, this is a detail here where we're going through sort of painstaking measure of having the steel beam pushed up inside the framing. This is all 2x12 framing here. In order to get this cantilevered roof, which is 3'3" extension here, we actually have LVLs happening. 6-inch LVLs occur at about 5 foot on center to allow this eave projection to happen here. And then again, what we're trying to do is to maintain this height here to keep it slim and shallow, and then as well here with the eave projection. This is a previous project that we built in Holland Hills, and you can kind of see we've employed a similar technique where we have a tapered eave projection, and once again, we're trying to have this as shallow as possible. Here's another project that we have completed in Holland Hills. This particular house, the existing Goodman structures here, you can see how thin this roof line is. And then here, this has a double cantilevered roof system, but you can kind of see how we've tapered the underside of this. In terms of materials for the Heck residence, we're proposing to use cement board panels on the underside of the eave instead of plywood, and that's what we have here, which would have a similar effect. This siding as well is 1x4 square tongue and groove boards. This is redwood. For the Heck residence, we're planning on using either a redwood or a cypress or a cedar material, and we're looking to stain it a light gray. All of those colors are still to be determined. This is a really quick material palette consideration. This is the same house here that we've completed in Holland Hills several years ago, but this image is here showing the reclaimed brick. So this is the brick we will be using for the base of the building. This is an image of another house that we completed. This is the original Charles Goodman home in the rear. This is our addition. And in this image, I'm trying to present to you these the Goodman style windows, which is basically a 2x6 Doug fir frame, a simple 2x6. It has a notch in it that allows you to put the glass in, but it's a very simple, unadorned window, and it's essentially a 2x6 with a piece of glass put in it. It's really what it comes down to. This is another project we completed in Holmes Run Acres. Here, I'm just showing you some cement board panels that we use as they're sort of an infill for, again, the windows. For the Heck residence, our idea of the paint colors for the trim out the windows and the fascia and the underside of the eave will all be painted white. These are some selections here that we're looking at right now of different high quality exterior wood that we're planning on having stained a light gray color. Again, the color has not been determined by the owners. This is just, this is in the discussion phase. The existing building right now is painted a blue. So we're looking for something to perhaps complement that. And that basically wraps up our presentation.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Cook. As always, with anything up for application, we look to see if there are any members of the public that have any comments regarding an item up for consideration. Denise, if you have a chance, see if we have any hands that are raised. Or see if there are any comments in the chat or the FAQ to see if someone wishes to comment.
I see no comments and no hands raised. I will mention that the callers, if you do have a question or a comment, you can hit *3. That will raise your hand and I can unmute you.
Let me clarify again, a comment. The public.
I'm sorry, yes.
No, it's all right, Denise. So we
Apologies,
can
yeah.
clear to anyone who did have one, it's for public comment, not to bring up questions. I'm not seeing any hands coming up or anyone signifying it via phone numbers. I will note on obviously looking at our bylaws, there are any statements submitted. We do have, the applicant did provide with them the DRC approval documentation along with their package. So this application has gone through that and has shared that with us. Seeing no other materials to bring up, I will go through the members to see if they have questions for the applicant. And so we will turn it over to Mr. Plumpy.
Thank you. No questions at all. I commend you to try and implement the Dan Kiley landscape plan. Wonderful landscape architect was. And that's all I can say. I'm excited to see that happen. And I guess is this for approval tonight, Chris?
This is.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Good job.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Plumpy. Miss Orr.
I approve. It's gorgeous. Well done.
Thank you, ma'am. Miss Murray.
I too think it's very well done. On the housekeeping side, I'd like to mention that the colors have not been finalized yet, so they'll have to come back in along with the materials for the siding. And maybe that could be done administratively. But it is something that has to be part of the final plan.
All right, thank you, Ms. Murray. Mr. Kalinsky.
All right, thank you. I say very, very nicely detailed. Obviously you've gotten the aesthetic, the Charles Goodman design aesthetic well figured out and nicely done. Like what I see, I'm very happy that this is a first presentation for the new historic district, and it's a very well done one. So thank you for that. More of a curiosity than anything else, I noticed a note about a phase 2. I'm assuming this is phase 1. Is there a phase 2 in the future, or am I reading the drawings?
Yes, there is. So I've actually presented phase 2 to the design review committee last summer. And we did get approval for the first and second meeting. Well, the second meeting, we got approval for the second phase, but because of budgetary constraints, we are not moving forward with that through the permitting process.
Okay.
But what it is a second story master bedroom suite will be added to the house. That's the plans right now.
Well, interesting to see if things change and it comes back through, but otherwise, as presented, very well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kalinsky. Ms. Wan.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes. All in all, it's a very nice addition design. I do have some questions. First, look at the west elevation. I look at that kitchen addition. Feel that almost first instinct wanting to have that glass all the way pour down to the floor level. For some reason, I just feel that glass portion is kind of lifted up compared to the rest of the building. So then I take a closer look at the very nice section you did, the building section at the living room and the new kitchen addition. Take a look at that. I see the kitchen new wall. The height of the window sill is set near 4 feet height, while at the existing exterior wall at the living room side, the middle rail of the stove, the window is set at about 2 feet too. And that's really low and make the visibility is more flow from interior to exterior. I was wondering, is any thought on the kitchen side exterior wall on having more glass or lower the window sill, or that's already has been thinking through and pretty much finalized?
Well, we on most of our projects, we've worked on, I think, 39 Goodman homes so far. And almost all of our projects, we painstakingly go through many different hand-drawn elevations in looking at the window patterns. This particular layout, we prefer this inverted scheme where we basically, when we do a new addition, we take the living room and we flip it over. And the main reason is if you just took the living room exactly the way it was, and then you put it on top of a kitchen windowsill, which has to be 6 inches above a 3-foot tall countertop, you're going to wind up having a horizontal mullion right at your eye level. So what we've done in the past is we try, because in many instances, we do want to have some operable windows in the kitchen. The other problem is that the glass actually does get to be rather tall. So if we had full height glass, like we have on the corner windows, then the glass is roughly 7'6" tall. So we've introduced the horizontal mullion the way we have it. So it actually also acts as the head of the door. The door, the way it is, it's a very tall door. It's an over 8-foot tall door. But what we're trying to do on that rear elevation is just to simplify the lines and have as few horizontal lines and window mullions as possible. So we did do exhaustive studies and a lot of back and forth with the owners as to what we want, as well as with Holland Hills Design Review Committee. It's always a point of discussion with Holland Hills Design Review Committee about the window layout. But we're pretty much satisfied with this layout, both through the owners and then from our own firm. We think we pretty much nailed it with this one.
Understand. Thank you so much. I'm satisfied with the response.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wan. Ms. Camblin?
I have no comments. Everything looks great. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Burns.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. First question is, the drawings that you showed tonight in some respects are different from the drawings in the set that we was provided. So what are we approving? The set that was provided or the set we showed tonight?
We submitted a set 2 days ago, and the only clarifications that we did were adding extra notes about the fascia and just some dimensions, but the drawings haven't changed at all.
Okay,
Like
because
the architectural lines have not changed at all.
okay, because the drawing that you showed, the section through the kitchen,
yes,
is different from the one that's in our drawing set. The one in our drawing set shows a gutter at the low end of that, and so that was one of the things that caught my eye is that gutter, because then on your roof plan you're showing a cricket in that location. So I'm trying to figure out what exactly is going on with the roof in that location. That is where the new kitchen meets the original roof slope.
Oh yeah, there's a large cricket there. If you go to the roof plan, we're pretty accurately depicting what it is. The cricket actually doesn't go both ways. The cricket goes one way towards the north because we're anticipating a second-story addition happening sort of on the south side of the building in the future. So what we're building now doesn't necessarily have to be undone. But if you go through and you see this, if you see our roof plan, it should be part of the package.
I was going to say,
That is not-
Mr. Cook, you're welcome to pull up the plan if you're presenting, if you want to show it to us. It's, since you guys, if that might help. I know.
Well, I'm just kind of curious what, yeah, I'm not sure exactly what changed. Roger, what changed?
Okay. In my drawing set, it's a drawing called Sections A 3.0. And it shows a gutter at the back end of the low end of the kitchen.
Hang on just a minute. This, not this one. It's this section right here.
Yeah, but that's not what you showed us.
We have our previous. We want to go get the previous one that we were looking at before. When did what submittal are you looking at? Because we resubmitted.
I am looking at the
yesterday
submittal
morning.
that was shared with us. And the drawing is, what's the date on this drawing? It's so
The
tiny.
file was dated, Mr. Burns, I believe, 3/29 in the set that I have on our SharePoint site.
Yes, there you go.
Oh.
Thank you.
So we did resubmit our entire package 2 days ago. But we basically have not changed the architecture at all. We've largely just been working on the inside. I thought that the changes that you referred to are where we highlighted some of these dimensions here. But maybe perhaps you can just so I can answer your question. Where are you seeing a gutter that's been removed? I don't see where that is.
Okay, I will attempt to hold this up to my camera.
Oh, good. Okay, thanks.
Okay, there. You can see there's a gutter at the low end of that roof.
Of the existing house?
No, of the new kitchen addition.
Oh, there's no such thing. It's a large cricket. So I'll just show you what that looks like in my roof plan right now. I'm going to go to the roof plan, and it's right here. And this is basically the large cricket that you can see. So this is
Yeah.
my new roof shape here, and we're going
Right.
to have a large cricket space here. In fact, this
Right.
has been modified a little. Actually, no, we're going to tear this little cricket out here because the future addition is going to take place right in this space right here. So there is a gutter that occurs all along here. There's a new gutter here, and those are the only new gutters.
Okay.
If I may interject, John,
Yeah.
and I'm looking at the March 29th section that you're referring to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so under the new construction where the slope of the roof comes down and there's rigid insulation, as the rigid insulation ends, there appears to be a circle with an X through it and a square around it, and it's all dashed. Is that what you're looking at as the gutter?
That's what I had assumed was a gutter, yes.
Okay. I'm pretty sure reading this and following through, looking as it runs through the bat insulation underneath, it goes up. It appears to be some sort of potentially a mechanical chase or mechanical.
Oh, a duct or something? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
So
just
I think that's just a hard read on the drawing. It's not indicated. I don't see it called out, but I'm assuming
Right.
based on the rest of the conventions of the drawings.
Oh,
okay.
I see. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So right here in this location, that's what it is. That's basically our new heating and cooling pipe. That's an air supply that's right here. That's exactly right. Yeah, we're sort of still in the existing roof shape of the building, and then that's all that is. That's an air supply. I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand it.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you for that clarification. And Steve, thank you for explaining to me what that little object is. I appreciate that. But my fundamental question still remains. There's apparently two sets of drawings that have been submitted. Denise, which set are we going to approve tonight?
So I was not aware that there was a full set of drawings that had been resubmitted. The approval that is before you tonight is the approval package that you received on 3/29. So 2 weeks in advance, that is when the Architectural Review Board drawings are due for approval for their meeting in 2 weeks. And that is what the Architectural Review Board has to review. If there have been changes made, the Architectural Review Board has not received them because they were received after the due date.
Right. So then I guess then the question goes back to the applicant, and that is, were there changes made to that set of drawings that would not be approved if we approve the original set of drawings tonight? In other words,
no changes were made.
Okay. I just want to make sure everybody's clear on what we're actually approving, since we seem to have some variation in the drawings. Okay. Thank you for that.
The only variations, just so I can clarify, the only variations that we did is that we wanted to make it a little bit clearer in terms of some of the dimensions, and you can see them before right now, like these larger dimensions.
The larger dimensions, yes, I see those.
That's it. That's the only changes that happened to the architecture and the building, and the overall plans and dimensions have not changed one bit.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that additional information. I have a couple of questions further still, if you'll indulge me. One is on the thickness, the wedge-shaped overhangs, and particularly the one over the kitchen, where it's a relatively short overhang. You managed to get it down to 6 inches over the entrance, but on a much shorter overhang above the kitchen, it's still 7.5 inches. So
yeah, we have to add.
Is it possible to reduce that?
We have a TPO roof on top of that particular area, and the latest versions of TPO roof we've been installing, we actually have to use a 3/4 inch insulation board on top of the roof decking, on top of the plywood decking, and that actually bumps it up a little bit more. The other way to reduce it is that we wouldn't actually have a true drip edge underneath right here. So we always have to have a 1/2 of an inch drip edge on this fascia here. So if you do reduce that, the problem is that water would then run down this underside of this eave. So we try in every effort to make this as small as possible. So we will do the best we can. Yeah. Right now, these are 5.5-inch LVL. So you have 5.5-inch LVLs right here. And then these actually run all the way back the full length of the building. On top of that, we have 3/4-inch roof decking, and then this additional 3/4-inch insulation that happens on top of this. If we can get that smaller and still be within the manufacturer's specifications and their detailing, then we will attempt to do so.
Okay, I understand all of that. My concern is the thickness of the wedge. On your left drawing there, you have something that's labeled face of tapered 2x12 rafter. I mean, could that be a thinner tapered?
Is this where you're right here? Is this the tape you're referring to, John?
Right.
Okay,
right.
yeah, we could raise this up. We could easily raise this up. But when you do that, what you're doing is now you have a larger fascia board here. So
I understand that, but that's the balance that you have to strike. But right now, and I grant you that looking at this in a section drawing isn't the same as looking at it from outside. That you don't have the change that's wrought by the perspective diminution as you look up at it. But it does strike me as a pretty heavy in relation to the taper that's underneath the overhang on the front entrance. It just struck me as heavier than it needs to be, and certainly much heavier than the Goodman design. I understand that these have to be stronger in today's world, but that does strike me as too much. But again, that's my own opinion. And then I have my two last things. One is the window details. You're talking about replacing damaged and deteriorated windows without specifying what the damage is and what the repairs will be. You did mention one window that you said in the 9-window window wall would be replaced with a casement for egress, but he didn't mention, for instance, that other isolated window to the left of those. Is that one also going to be replaced with a casement? And is that a traditional means of providing egress for all of the bedrooms? I mean, there was very little detail other than we're going to replace windows.
So across this elevation here, the 4th window across this lower window right here, the seal to the glass on the insulated unit has been broken. So this window here is going to be replaced. And currently, I think that this is actually the operable window. And this is the other window you were referring to. This is going to be a casement window. These are going to remain the same.
Okay. Then, so you've also answered part of my question there. Is this, it's already double glazed?
Yes.
And you're replacing the damaged IGUs?
Yes.
Okay, all right, good, thank you. And then my last comment is I am traditionally opposed to building right out to side yard setbacks and front setbacks and things like that. But in this particular case, I think it works quite well. It's kind of a scoop that kind of welcomes you to the house. Seeing as I live very close to this, I went and I looked at all the 3 that are on the docket today, so I had a better understanding of them. And I think in that particular instance, I think it works quite well. So those are my comments. Thank you for your patience with me.
Okay, thank you, John.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burns. Ms. Aubrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will say, I mean, I'm on the board for archaeological expertise, and so I do rely upon the architects to look at and raise any concerns about the architecture being proposed. So I have no comments as far as archaeology is concerned. I will say, though, I am concerned, since this is the very first proposal that we're receiving under the Holland Hills Historic Overlay District, that as Mr. Burns pointed out, the package that we received in advance of the meeting seemed to be much abbreviated and with much less detail than what was being presented by the applicant this evening. And so I think we need to be on record that the people who are coming before us from Holland Hills, since we're going to be getting a lot of these proposals, need to recognize what the procedure is for the Architectural Review Board, which is different from what they're used to with the DRC. That's all. Thank you.
I understand. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Michelle. I agree. I think any motion we make should be rather specific regarding the set of plans. I appreciate the applicant giving us some clarity on the second submitted set that was put into the system, and Delisa's clarification as to what we all had to work with from our submission process. I sit with the great luxury of being the last one to say anything, so everyone else has gotten to say something before I do. So I think in particular, the architects on our board have spoken very clearly about, some of the details and questions they might have. I think it is a challenge to do something that is subordinate in these types of properties that doesn't overwhelm the structure. I think I would, as an architectural historian, I'm probably going to have more questions, concerns, and more discussion expected when we talk about things like second story additions, because it becomes much more difficult to make something look subordinate when it's sitting on top of it. That being said, I agree with John. The entrance on the side, I was actually kind of surprised that I feel it did work rather well. I do think there will need to be some clarifications, as Ms. Murray pointed out, on the colors and submissions, and those are things that I think if they can be submitted in to Denise, they might be very easy to process at a staff level. But beyond that, I thank the applicant for their time, and if there are no other members with comments or questions or follow-up questions, I'm looking just to see if there's anyone. I would entertain a motion if there is one. Yes, Mr. Burns. I was going to say, you all miss Jason dearly, don't you? Because I can't make motions as a chairman. Mr. Burns.
I'm sorry, was somebody else going to do it?
Or was it?
I was going to let you have the honor, Mr. Burns.
Oh, okay. All right. Fine. Thank you. I appreciate rescuing me again. Mr. Chairman, I move that the ARB approve action item ARB 22-HOL-02, Heck Residence Remodeling and Addition, located at 2213 Glasgow Road, Alexandria, in the Holland Hills Historic Overlay District, tax map number 0933040231, for the proposed remodeling and construction of a new addition to an existing home, as submitted and presented at the April 14th, 2022 ARB meeting, subject to the following conditions. One, that this approval is for the set of drawings submitted to us dated March 29th, 2022, and that materials of the exterior, including material type and color, will need to be submitted for further review. Upon review of the materials, the proposal is found to meet the requirements of zoning ordinance 3101-historic overlay districts.
I'll gladly second that.
Seconded by Mr. Kalinsky. All right, we have a motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Cook. Denise will get with you and any questions regarding those other submissions. Thank you again.
Great. Thank you very much. Good night.
All right.
All right, that takes us out of our action agenda. We still have 4 more items for workshop session. I will Just remind all the submitters to obviously please feel free to give your presentations, and obviously workshop sessions are primarily focused on discussion with ARB members. So after you present your concept and information, the sooner we can get to that, you'll get to the feedback from us on those submissions. So the next one up is ARB 22 HOL 03WS, the Beltran Residence Addition located at 1815 Drury Lane, Alexandria. This project is proposing a 2-story addition and a 1-story entry addition to an existing home. Rebecca Bostic represents the proposal. Ms. Bostic, are you there with us?
Yes, I am here, and I am having a little technical difficulties.
All right, well, we can hear you though. So that is definitely, we've surmounted one hurdle. Is there a presentation you're looking to show? And if Denise had it, is possible she could show it.
Yes. Okay, here we go. Now you can see me again, I hope.
Yes.
And hopefully I can share my screen. Let's see. Do you see my presentation?
Not at the moment.
Okay, let me go back and try that again.
All right, there we go. Something is sharing.
Okay.
That pops up. Yes. So yes, we are seeing your screen now. We're seeing a bit of a plat map, I believe.
Okay, good. So what we are proposing is a 2-story addition to the right side of this property. This is one of the original, so we're the second Holland Hills house that you'll get to hear tonight. This is one of the smallest original houses left in our neighborhood, I think. It has had no previous additions. This is the existing plat and how it's located on the lots. I'm going to scroll down a little here. And here's what we're proposing to add to it. We're adding a 2-story addition right here with a new entry space over in this area, connecting it back to the original house. Let me scroll down a little more. Whoops, too far.
Excuse me, can you maximize your display? It's very hard to see it.
I don't know how to do that because it's maxed out on my screen, so I'm not sure how to make it any larger.
You can get rid of the notes. You can get rid of the stuff on the side.
Okay.
Well, I don't know how to do it.
Right, so on the side, there should be the three little lines. If you click on that, your note should disappear. There we go.
Is that better? All right, so this is the existing house. As you're looking,
I'm sorry, could you, if you go up to the button, the plus button above the photo frame, you can make that just a little bit larger in the frame. There we go.
And I'll also remind members on your side of your screen in WebEx, there should be a set of buttons of a zoom in, zoom out. You can actually zoom in a little bit more on an applicant's presentation than they even provide if you click those buttons. That might help a little bit too. All right. Sorry, by all means, please continue.
all right, so this is the existing house here. The existing pictures of the house. The addition is going to go right in this area where you see the cars parked. The funny thing about this house is that the front door is actually here facing the back of the house. So this is what you see from the street, and you have to walk up the driveway and go kind of back around to the back of the house to get to the front door. And I point that out because that is one of the first things we are altering in our addition. So I'm scrolling down from the existing house to the new addition. Whoops, we went too far. My computer does not like sharing tonight. So this is the new addition. We're taking out this existing wall of the side of the house, and we're adding on a new entry area and a 2-story addition here for 2 bedrooms and a bath on the lower level and a master suite on the upper level. one question that came up. Originally, we looked at various designs, putting it on the bedroom end of the house, but the owners are actually going to use the 2 front bedrooms as home offices, and this bedroom will be for a guest suite. Right now, it's a parent that is staying to care for the new baby. So they were actually not interested in putting the addition on this end of the house. They wanted to separate it to the other side. So we tucked it in here, which allows us to add the entry and then the bedrooms on this side of the house. And if I go down a little bit, you can see the model that we built to show the new addition. So looking at the front of the house and then walking all the way around the house with the addition, and then to the back of the house, and then the 1 story being the existing part of the house again. When we were working on the mass for this, we wanted the higher slope to be in the front, but the owners also wanted the higher slope to be in the back. So we ended up with the butterfly shaped roof, which is very common in this end of the neighborhood. And as much glass as we could get on the back wall, because they have a very private backyard with a nice big hill. There won't be any neighbors kind of looking in at this point. And if I scroll down more, I have the elevations completed here. Our materials are planning to, the front face of the house is brick with lots of windows. And so we're continuing the brick on the lower floor. The second floor in the front will cantilever over, so that at that point it would change to wood siding, and it would be the tongue and groove wood siding on the other 3 walls of the house, which will match the existing tongue and groove siding at the original house. And that's our conceptual design. I'm happy to take questions or comments or anything I missed that you'd like to know.
Sure. Thank you very much, Ms. Bostic. So because this is a workshop session, we don't go seeking any public comments or anything like that. We just go straight to member comments, and I will go around in my similar fashion I've been doing all night. So Joe, you're on deck. Any questions?
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I also want to say that we did get conceptual approval last night from the design review committee.
Okay, no, that is very helpful information to have as well. Thank you for sharing that. Joe, I know we didn't talk a lot about landscape, but you know, sometimes you might have questions.
No problem at all. I was just going to say, maybe when you come back next time, if you could show how the new vehicular circulation and sidewalks going to go into the house eventually. That's all I have, but elevation's fine. Proceed.
All right. Thank you so much, Joe. All right, Ms. Orr.
I'm okay with it.
All right, Ms. Murray.
It's just me, but I'm just not comfortable with the massing of the addition. And it may be that I'm looking at it in elevation view and it's just looking bigger and starker than it ought to. So I would defer to the architects for their opinion.
Thank you, Elise. And obviously, we can always go back around if other folks have comments a second time around too. Mr. Kalinsky, fall to an architect suddenly.
Okay. Well, I was trying to locate this on a map, and unfortunately, I was thrown off a little bit on the sheet that has the mass models on it. Has a listing of 1819, which is a cul-de-sac lot, but the plat obviously was not a wedge-shaped cul-de-sac lot.
Actually, 1819 is on the cul-de-sac, and that's my house, but I think he has, I thought.
Oh, you know what? Then I must have been thrown off. It must have been in your title block. There we go.
Yeah, it was on my title block. If you look up, the owner is actually 1815.
Okay, that explains it. That helps me. Because my first impression on the cul-de-sac having this 2-story mass to the right of the house, it seemed to actually make a lot of sense. I just haven't had a chance to get a feel, but it looks like 1815 itself is also up on a hill, so that you're.
Yes, it is.
So there is some slope up the driveway, and I think that really helps with balancing the mass, especially the way you've rotated it around the mass of the chimney. You know, and held it back at the angle. I think that helps settle this. And you know, it is, like you say, is one of the smaller, more diminutive houses in the district. But and you know, any addition is going to be more of a challenge because of that. You know, based on the size. But you know, I think that alignment with the chimney or breaking the alignment along the chimney has actually helped it quite a bit. So I am less concerned about the two-story addition. I do have kind of a feel that front elevation, the offset windows on the front where you cantilever on the second floor at the top of the stairs. I understand programmatically why the windows are shifted, but it still seems a bit, just a little bit off to me. I mean, I understand that things don't always have to be aligned or symmetrical, and that you have aligned the right window over top of the left window. But I think a study of that elevation and see if there's any other options may be helpful. Maybe even a change in the, you know, I don't want to tell you how to do your job. You're very qualified, but maybe a change in the siding, a different type of panel siding to the right of the upper window might help alleviate some of what I'm feeling there. The other,
And can I just add that we did
Sure.
study that a lot, and it really kind of came down to how the stairs have to fit in there, and unfortunately we have to have a mechanical closet on the second floor, so we can look at it again. But yeah, there was a lot of stuff that got in the way.
yeah, and I know there's no easy answer. I don't have one to offer you. I understand that. But you know, but that is something that I feel is not fully resolved yet in looking at it. So the other thing I think that would be just a little bit more we say genuine, I would feel more comfortable if the rear of the addition cantilevered the way the front of the addition did. And I realize it's not as critical in elevation, but there is that form seems just a little off balance to me also. So I'm not saying it absolutely needs to be done, but you know, if I were in your shoes, I think I would be considering that. You know, we're trying to offer you some constructive critique here, not any criticism necessarily, but
Right. And I think that was a little bit of a cost savings step there. So we can look at it again, but that's where that came from.
okay. And again, I don't think it dooms the project, but I think it takes it up another level, which you know is what we're here to encourage, to have the best, you know, the best, most appropriate design for the district. And you are on the forefront here. You're number 2, stepping up, and we'd love to continue to, you know, carry on a strong start here. So but those are my let's say basic comments in terms of giving you feedback here in the workshop. Those are the things, if you could address somehow or reconsider or make the case for, I'd be fine with. But those are the things that are catching my eye. So
Okay.
thank you. And I could tell you the mass models very helpful in this situation to be able to see it. You know, it gives me comfort. I mean, I know it's a lot to ask, but if there was a topography that went with it, it would sell it even better. But I would hate to ask you to contour that much chipboard again in your life. So
it does have a little contour immediately around the base of the addition, but yeah, it has a pretty big hill on the front and the back. So
my fingers ache just saying that cutting the chipboard would do it. So I wouldn't ask anybody else to do that. So, but thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kalinsky. Ms. Swan.
Yes. I have no concern in this conceptual level. I think the way putting the 2-story mass abutting the original one story and the kind of rotate, break out that two different section. I like it, and the model that we don't see nowadays, it's really good and helpful. I like it a lot. So I don't have a concern in the conceptual level, and I looking forward for the refinement.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Swan. Ms. Camplin.
No comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things I did, I went and looked at this house this afternoon. Actually, met one of the owners and their infant child, and I also read the Holland Hills guidelines that we just approved, and I want to quote from a couple of pages in those guidelines. One on page 67 said a new addition should be modest, subordinate, and deferential. That they should use square and rectilinear and L-shaped footprint, which this is kind of at an angle, and not recommended as something that visually and physically dominates the original building and is out of scale. And so those are things that strike me as very problematic on this particular site. Mr. Chairman, you alluded to that, and Ms. Murray also alluded to that. The chimney, if I read that drawing correctly, is going to be 8 foot 6 inches taller than its current height. And is it possible to share my screen? I took a few pictures that will help to illustrate my point.
I believe you can. I believe Denise is doing that right now.
I just made you presenter, John.
Okay.
All right, we are starting to see whatever you're about to show us, John.
Okay.
Just there you
Okay.
go.
This is a picture I took this afternoon. I'm standing on the street, literally. And if you look at that, I would hazard a guess that the floor level of that house is 12, maybe as much as 15 feet above street. And then you have to add 8 foot 6 inches on top of that chimney, which is another full story in height. And then you're going to have, if you think back to the models that were presented, which I think are very helpful in explaining how large this thing is, that's going to be a very dominant, visually prominent part of the streetscape there, and that's a great concern to me. Then let me see if I can do this. I'm going to try a little trick here. Did that go away? Am I still sharing something?
You're just sharing a blank screen at the moment, John.
A blank screen. Okay. Hang on a second.
Oh, if the trick was a disappearing act, you're achieving it.
Okay. Let me stop sharing and share this picture then. I'll try again.
John, if you want, we can go back to my presentation because I have these pictures on the first page of my presentation.
Okay. Can you see this one? Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Okay. Now, if you look at that one, there it is. There's the chimney. It's going to be a full story taller than that. You can also see how relatively close the house is next door, off on the right side of that image. So those are the concerns I have. Now, having said that, I mean, that's just simply quoting from our guidelines as to how we should apply the Secretaries of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. This is on a hilly lot, no question. There's no question that this is an original small unit house 2 design. No question about that. But you know, this particular design solution, I think, has some fraught issues. And so let me stop sharing so we can all see each other again. I'm not quite sure how to solve those issues. You said that the applicant considered and discarded the idea of putting it on the bedroom end, but this is a very large addition. We're going from a 3-bedroom house to a 6-bedroom house, so this is not a small thing that's being added onto it, and that was a concern about that I had about additions being modest, subordinate, and deferential. I don't see that, unfortunately, here. One thing I thought about was, had you considered making this a kind of a split level where you would go down a half a flight and then up a half a flight rather than up a full flight from grade? In other words, dig it into the hill a little bit, which is a very common thing in Holland Hills.
Yes,
And
that was
reduce the
discussed.
bulk.
And the owner he wants to maintain a level first floor.
Okay, well, that be the case, he then is constrained by the mass of this thing, looming over the street, looming over the original house, and very close to the neighbor next door. I had mentioned in a previous presentation, houses in Holland Hills don't follow lot lines. They're not, but this, all of a sudden, we're right up against the side yard setback. And it's tight enough that the overhang is actually going to project over, which is legal, but project over into that side yard setback. So that's another concern I have, is that it fills an artificial, or excuse me, it follows an artificial line on the land that has no relation to the topography or the setting. So those are my concerns.
Can I mention that we have talked with the neighbors next door, and there's one house between this addition and my house. So we've talked to all of the neighbors, and no one has any concerns on this addition.
Yes, I understand that. That is a requirement of the Holland Hills design review process, is that adjacent neighbors are notified and given the opportunity to comment. Yes, I understand that.
All right. Thank you, John, and thank you, Ms. Bostic, for those follow-up responses on that. Ms. Aubrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first look at it, I thought it actually was a rather elegant looking, even if it was somewhat large. And I would like to echo Mr. Kalinsky's comments. I thought that he gave some very good suggestions. But other than that, I have no comments or concerns about the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And obviously the curse of going last is that many people steal your thunder or comments, so you feel like you are a broken record. I will say I was doing similar to what John was doing, looking at our newly approved, the 01 on the docket from the last session of guidelines. My, I think, largest concern, some of the other architects have spoken to the massing question, which was the thing that stood out to me the most, to try to, as best as possible, understand the new addition on the site in relation to the house and the original structure. But it's actually the entrance that's the thing that, I guess, from my perspective, that bothers me the most, is that, as describing that the entrance is on the rear and now it will change in orientation completely, which I really feel like is a major spatial change. And that I feel like that's the biggest kind of false historianism that we're drifting into, because I feel like that was it seems to have been deliberate to do it that way in the original design, and now that dramatic change has kind of, is really what stood out at me the most. And I don't know if there are possibilities to change it that way. And obviously, when that entrance being there really draws one's eyes straight to that point when looking at the rendering. And I agree with Steve that the rendering really helped me kind of conceptualize it in a way of picturing what it looked like. So that's I think those are the two biggest comments. I don't know if that's something that, has been thought about. And particularly it jumped at me because you mentioned it when describing it, and that was where it was. And to me, I'm like, oh, I like that. That's such a fun idea, the entrance in the back. And don't need to always have a front door open to everybody, but, you have to come walk around. You have to be a little more intimate. if there was any way to kind of, I'm assuming that's lost in its entirety. I was trying to follow all the plans and everything, and so kind of assumed by the addition, or if there's any way to try to be more hearken to that feature in any changes to the design as well.
Can I comment to that?
Absolutely.
I will tell you, I've done many houses and additions in Holland Hills, and the entrance is always one of the first things we talk about, because it's horrible when people walk up to the house and they have no clue where to go. And that's typical for a lot of Holland Hills houses. I've done a lot of front entries where we've moved it so that you can actually see the front door again.
And if I could add something to Rebecca, this is the owner. My wife, as mentioned by Mr. Burns, we have an infant of 4 months, so she still has to pump. And we've had several incidents where people can't find the door. And because they need to walk around the house and there's only windows, it becomes a little bit of a problem. So I think it's a point taken, but it has caused a few people, especially delivery people, to walk around the property when we're unaware.
I actually can more relate to that than you may realize, because I have a 3-month-old in my house currently at this time. So I understand that definitely is a constraining situation with privacy, and that definitely the ARB is not, obviously we don't want to tell people how to live in their homes, without a doubt. We're trying to find ways to match sensitivity with the historic structure with any proposals for changes to it. And again, that's the point I'm getting at, is obviously some ways that Joe didn't get really much to talk about, landscaping and other ways to draw attention to those things. Also, if we are talking about a new entrance, I definitely would want it, in my mind, to be something that isn't going to draw my eye just as much as the addition itself will. That again starts to detract away enough that, hey, my UPS or Amazon person needs to know where to leave my package, no doubt, but not enough that and this is something more to some of the other designs we see in other much grander, I would say, projects where the entrance is palatial in style. And so that's my general comments. Otherwise, I think the feedback you got from some of the other members can be really helpful, and hopefully we have some insights when you all do come back. I don't know if there are members that have any other follow-up comments based on the discussion. I know, Elise, you asked if you were kind of deferring to architects. I didn't know if you had anything else you wanted to add, since you kind of abstained a little bit. I'm not seeing.
I think that, as usual, Mr. Burns articulated my concerns.
All right, thank you, Elise. And then obviously, Ms. Bostic, this is a workshop session, so any other questions or concerns, or obviously to the owners, if you wanted to bring up to ask that, that's partially why the session's here. So I don't want to preclude you asking any other questions.
So my question is, it was designed as a 2-story addition on purpose, and it sounds like Mr. Burns has a problem with that. How do we proceed? Because we don't have we're not interested in changing it to a different kind of addition. We plan on keeping it as a 2-story addition.
Well, I mean, what I'll say is, obviously, we are a board of many, not a board of just Mr. Burns. So Mr. Burns only gets 1 vote when we take up any application. So that is something to keep in mind. I think a lot of the members did, while they may not have expressed concerns over the idea of a 2-story addition, there were some concerns about the massing and scale of said addition. So, Steve, you have another thought or comment you want to add?
If Ms. Bostic could reiterate, did you get approval from the Citizens Association, or the
Yes, we had conceptual approval last night.
Conceptual approval last night? Okay.
Exactly. What we've submitted to you is the same thing that they approved yesterday.
I mean, I've stated my views on it, but obviously a little further development would be beneficial here. Anything that could show it in a little more context with the site, I think may be helpful. And these are just suggestions to you. But Mr. Daniel, is there a recommendation that we could give in terms of how to proceed, whether to come back for another workshop or come in for approval? Is there
I'm gonna also, John had his hand up. I think he wanted to add a comment as well. So John, I'll let you, and then I'll provide any other observations.
Sure. Yes. If you come to more of these meetings, you'll find that I'm pretty opinionated. So don't be put off by that. That's just me. I will remind you, as Mr. Daniels said, I am simply one vote. And I tonight specifically asked Mr. Daniel to reverse the order of people speaking so that I would come near the end because I wanted to make sure that everybody else who didn't live in Holland Hills had an opportunity to comment first and not be influenced by my comments. And so that's in the attempt to be as fair as possible. That's why I asked them to reverse the order tonight.
Well, John, you exposed my artifice that I kept well, guys, in the form of trying to give Miss Aubrey a break of being the first person every time. I obviously, Steve, you got another comment on it.
And I guess either you or Denise or Ms. Bostic, which is the order now that you've received conceptual approval, and now you've come here, and this is a workshop item. Where do you go next? Do you go back? Do you come back to us for further comment? Do you come back to us for approval and then go back to the Holland Hills Association? How does that, has that been established? I know there's been a lot of conversations here, but
that Laura has brought up before that the DRC, their approvals they can make their approvals, but they don't actually, they are their own board that doesn't operate under the county in the sense of our authority. So that just like any application, they can come in with a recommendation from another board, a citizens association, what have you, just like we have VDHR, or occasionally with Laurel Hill, we have recommendations from the citizens associations there. That's what it is. So there's a process that the homeowner has to go through that entity. But for us, it is at the behoof of the applicant and their architect to decide, do they need to make changes? And then obviously if those changes, my understanding, might require you to go back for any approvals to the DRC if it changes the concept in some way, would be my understanding, Ms. Bostic, right?
Yes, my understanding is we went to the DRC last night and we don't necessarily need to go back because you are the governing body now.
Okay. And I mean, that answers my question. Is they've essentially given it their approval, blessing, recommendation, whatever you want to call it. And I know we're kind of stepping carefully around who has authority and what the proper way to handle all this is, but it seems as though we're the next ones to approve.
Yeah, and there isn't actually, Steve, what I would say, there isn't even actually a chain. Those approvals are not contingent on one or another. So the ARB's building permit approval process does not require that a DRC approval or conceptual approval exist. They are just two processes that a project in this neighborhood has to go through. What I would say is, I think from this meeting, you've gotten several folks that I think I've gotten the impression are not against the concept of the addition and seem to have a lot of support to the idea. You've gotten some feedback on how one might lessen or perhaps make even more sensitive the addition, some suggestions that might be able to be factored in when you come back for either workshop or resubmission. That's your choice as an applicant. The big thing that I would recommend is whenever you do come back, one choice or the other, that there is context as to any changes that do occur to the design so that we can understand that. And as you saw with the application before, we were pretty meticulous about making sure the set of plans is the plans that we're approving and the information and materials. But I think those are things that obviously you've got down packed. That's not as, but that would be the big thing we'd be looking for, because each of the members spoke to what their individual concerns were.
And so are you actually looking for a landscaping plan as well when we submit these drawings, because that's not really in our scope at this time? So I was just curious how that is, what's expected for that.
I think my name is Joe Plumpy. I'm the landscape architect on the board here. I think down the road, if you don't do it at the same time, I think you should come back and at least give a concept of what your landscape's going to be, because then I'll have hardscape, softscape, landscape, outdoor lighting, and so forth, which is what you see more than what's on the inside of the house, which you meticulously have designed. So I think yes, I want to see more, and also a grading plan that kind of shows how it's really going to fit into the site. I'm not going to approve this with just a chipboard model. I mean, it's a lot of handiwork. It's good, but I think we need to see what it is, because you know, is there screening and so forth. There are certain design guidelines, if I recall, in the Holland Hills approval set that talks about what the landscape concept was for the whole neighborhood. We had a couple very good landscape architects that have did designs on this property, who even helped lay out the house site planning for the entire development. So it should not be just give me two globe arborvitae beside the door and call it a day. I think you're going to be you know, I don't think it's going to complement the neighborhood very well. So I'm going to voice my opinion. Yes, I think we need a landscape plan. It doesn't have to be like installation drawings, but I think conceptually, precedent imagery of what you're trying to create there, those kind of things, as opposed to here's my installation drawing from Merrifield Nursery. No, I think a concept is good. Put it in your sketches, you know, that you do for your elevations and sections. So I think a little bit more work needs to be done to that, because, well, no work was done on it yet, as you mentioned. So those are my 2 cents worth.
Mr. Kalinsky.
And Joe, I just want to clarify, there should not be a grading plan required for this addition. I'm presuming it's not going to trigger a grading plan because the disturbance of earth is going to be less than the 2,500 square feet. So I just want to make it clear, you're asking for a concept plan. You drop the word grading plan, and
well,
it's kind of technical, but.
Well, Steve, I don't quite agree. It's Fairfax County, and it's more than just a footprint. You go 10 feet around the entire house disturbed area, plus any kind of construction access drive, then it totals up to 2,500 square feet.
I'm not confirming one way or the other, but
okay.
I suspect that it may be below.
It is below. It definitely is below.
Okay.
And a grading plan was not in the budget, so.
All right. Well, but I think it'd still be good to show. Are you planning on manipulating kind of any grading, number one? And let's not get hung up on grading. I think I'm more interested in the landscape, site lighting, landscape, hardscape, new driveway, walkways, all those things.
Well, I would say, Joe, particularly with my comments regarding entranceway and how one's coming, one of the big concerns is how one is accessing and finding a way into the property. It sounds like there's going to be at least some change as to how one's getting to the front door.
Sounds like
I couldn't really grasp that from what we saw in the conceptual materials, or at least I know we were looking at someone's screen. So, but that would be something I would want to understand, is how I'm now going to be approaching the property. Even if, as you know, Mr. Kalinsky has mentioned, it's, you know, obviously some of these things aren't things that are not occurring as part of the project. We would want to be able to really wrap our minds around that.
Yeah, and I think if you also do any kind of fencing or something, that's something we need to look at too as well. And I don't think you're doing any fencing for screening or demarcation of property. So
it's Holland Hills. We're not allowed to have fencing.
Excellent. That was a trick question. And I answered that very correct. But a landscape concept, precedent imagery of hardscape, landscape concept, lighting, that kind of stuff would be wonderful to see.
All right. Any other members? I'm trying to keep track of hands and any comments. I'm not seeing any more.
Chris,
yeah,
can I?
It's obviously.
I, as an architect, I'm kind of torn with when the client is making demands and then our board is telling the architect, you know, we would rather you not do something. It's quite a dilemma, and I don't really know, because we would like it to be a smaller structure, but to get all those functions in, it becomes larger. And I know that it's a difficult balance. I just don't know how to solve that. But, you know, I feel for you, Rebecca. Trying to having a happy client and happy all these boards. Anyway, that's my thought.
Thank you, Ms. Orr. And I will recognize, obviously, again, that is part of the game with any architectural design review board, and obviously that's the big thing that I always look for when we're coming back is how was that feedback considered, and recognizing that you are working for a client and the applicant, the owner has certain desires. So all that is something that we all balance, obviously, and we don't have to be unanimous all the time on approvals too. That happens too. I'll fully acknowledge that there have been plenty of those. So obviously, whenever you do come back, we'll look forward to that submission, whether it's for another workshop or it's for submission. And unless you have any other questions, I will try to give you back some of your evening.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. This is our first workshop session down. We move now on to ARB 22 HOL 04WS. Grand Pere Brusco Addition, located at 2007 Marfa's Road in Alexandria. This project proposes a small addition that will technically be a garage, but will be used by a resident who is an artist and inventor as a workshop. Brusco represents the proposal. Mr. Brusco, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name.
No, that's correct. Thank you for all of your time tonight, and let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay. Can everyone see the title page?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I should start off with explaining. I went back and forth with the zoning evaluation department and Laura Arsenal quite a bit, and they actually recommended that I come to this workshop before going forward. So the next step is to this application I actually created for a special permit to have the setbacks slightly reduced, because the purpose is because the way the house is angled on the site. I can show you later on what it would look like if I built something within the setback limits in the same spot, and it would actually cover up more of the original Goodman architecture. So I'll just go ahead and show you the current design. And I should say, I did show this to the DRC previously, and they actually recommended me going and checking on like the setback issue first, because if I can't get the special permit, which the zoning evaluation department told me is actually pretty common to get that. It's not a variance, it's a setback reduction up to 50%, whereas a variance would be over 50%. And so that's the next step, but obviously it's within the new HOD in Holland Hills. And there's the site there. And so this is basically the proposed addition here. And we'd kind of be reconfiguring the driveway, which you can better see here. That's the two existing driveways. This is actually like a 15-foot VDOT right of way, so they could later on put a sidewalk in there if they wanted to. And so that's existing. And then this is the proposed, so it's basically reconfiguring the driveway. That's just utilities. And then I want to go forward here and show, so from the actual street, I've made a lot of effort to basically have this small addition be like within the hillside. And actually, if I go forward here a little bit and just show you what's there currently, we spent the last 2 years renovating this house because it was in very rough shape. It was very dilapidated when we bought it, and this wall actually needs to be replaced. So this would basically be where the garage door is, but from the street, it won't actually look like a garage door. When it's closed, the vertical slat wall will line up perfectly with the wall around it. So it'll actually just look like a wall that's very common in Holland Hills with either vertical or horizontal cedar siding. And so that's, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. That's the back of the house. So again, this is where it would be, and we'd actually be improving this area because there's currently a generator there and an air conditioner. We'd be moving those up just to the side of the house there, so they're not in the front, or possibly looking at another location for them. But this tree was it looks like it was badly damaged, this Japanese maple, when they put the generator in. We've had people look at it. I don't think it's going to live that much longer because all the bark is really badly damaged there. And so originally I looked at having the structure covering here, but then I didn't want to cover any of the existing. So this is the Goodman architecture here, and it actually ends here. And then this breezeway and the addition, which is the master bedroom, was done around 1960, and that's actually Charles Goodman. George Hartman of Hartman Cox architecture firm in DC. He did that when I believe he was right out of architecture school, so it was before he went and started his own firm. And so the original house kind of stopped here, and there's like a sunroom in the back. So there's already this addition here, but we didn't want to cover this up, even though that is just a utility / laundry room in there. We didn't want to cover up any existing windows, but this whole area needs to be rebuilt because it looks a little better after we painted it, but I can assure you it's eventually going to have to be rebuilt structurally. And so the door would be there basically. And if I go back to these renderings, this is that retaining wall, and that's where the concrete steps go up. And then basically from the street, and also we're planning on putting screening here. If you look at the landscape drawings, this is very conceptual at this point, and totally open to modifying the aesthetics of it. I'm more concerned about the space and wanting to have light in there. So actually, the roof is kind of like a floating roof where I peeled up the front of it, and then the back kind of goes into the ground. So this would be a green roof here. So you're walking out, and very similar situation. We have a toddler at home, and we have people walking up here all the time. His bedroom's there. Sometimes they wake him up from naps and knock on the door, or delivery packages get put there. But the actual that's actually the front door. So this is like the old front door, and so they just never really did anything to differentiate that. As was stated before, it's very confusing when people walk up and they don't know where to actually go, and there's actually a kitchen door over here. So there's technically like 3 front doors right now. So that's one of the things we want to fix. And then so this is looking west. And so when that door is closed, you wouldn't actually be able to tell that it's a garage door. It's just going to look like a regular wall with vertical wood siding. And this is going to be all glass in here to let light in. And then I go back to here's the section view. And there's actually a skylight part of when you walk out of the old door onto this green roof kind of hardscape garden. Or hardscape, there's actually going to be kind of a glass step there, and then you step up onto the green roof, so it's like maybe 6 or 8 inches below. And the purpose of that is when you walk into these doors, currently it's like a closet under the stairs, so we're going to open that up into the living room. And when you're walking towards those doors, you would actually be able to see up into the main staircase, and you'd see artwork on the wall because that's all floor to ceiling windows. So basically you'd be going, you would be able to see into this 2-story space here that is original Goodman architecture. So I tried to make it so that you're accentuating that and really kind of putting it on display. And then going back to the renderings, this would be either a glass railing or steel, but it would be as minimalistic as possible. And then also, like I was mentioning, there will be some trees or shrubs along the side here to minimize that view. And I want to go ahead and show you another. So this is kind of like a game engine. I actually used to work in architecture for like Peter Shermayeff, who designed the Baltimore Aquarium, for example. But I started a software company to help architects visualize their projects. So this is really like state-of-the-art technology here. And so I just want to show you, if you're out at the street here and you're looking at that, it's very minimalistic here because it's really just taking up the same space of the stairs and retaining wall. And then when it's kind of hard to imagine, but the road actually slopes up quite a bit. So if you're standing right here, it's actually quite a bit higher because this part of the front yard is an entire story higher than over here. So if you're on the road, you would actually be looking kind of at this eye level of the green roof, if that makes sense. And you would kind of see like the top of those doors just like that. So trying to use this tool to help visualize that. And I can kind of move around and show, see, oops, I didn't mean to do that. So basically, I looked at all these other options, and then if I go to the architectural model here, the other option was to build an accessory structure back here, but putting some kind of driveway along here would require probably some kind of retaining walls. I actually have I have a section here I can show really quick that I took today. So this would be like an accessory structure in the backyard. So I spent months looking at every single possible option. And if this was in the backyard, you would have to have some kind of retaining wall coming from the street, because that is that hill in the front yard, and then to slope down drastically to where that would be. So it's not really an option there. And I feel like that would be much more disturbing of the landscape, whereas this is really just utilizing an existing structure that is kind of dilapidated. The other thing is that we're currently one of the last things we're doing on the house is repairing a lot of the foundation had a lot of problems and water leakage, because I think it's probably one of the only houses in Holland Hills that has a full basement underneath this addition. So there's actually a full basement there. And it's just within feet of the stream, which is I think Little Creek water system, and so it's like about 8 feet away from the stream. And so we're waterproofing that, and we have to waterproof this over here because that existing foundation is just dirt there, and we waterproofed it from the inside, but the best thing to do would be to dig down on the outside and put some drainage there. So if you look at the architectural plan, this is, again, just more conceptual. The intention of this, oops, sorry, I went too far. The intention of this drawing set was really just to be able to see if it's possible to get this setback reduction. And I can show you the exact setback reduction in a second, but basically one of the big improvements would be to fix any kind of water issues in our living room, essentially, because the living room is essentially a basement below grade, and there's an entire one-story brick wall that the only way to really waterproof that and retain the Goodman architecture of the interior brick wall, that exposed brick, is to waterproof it from the outside. And so there's currently there's a downspout here, and then there's a PVC pipe just kind of sitting on the ground. It's like buried in ivy, and it runs off to the backyard over here somewhere. So we want to put all that down at the bottom of the foundation and actually put a perimeter drain and run it out to the actual stormwater system. So that would be a massive improvement there. If that doesn't happen, eventually that whole foundation is going to crumble away, because the basement over here, which is 10 years newer, had cinder block that you could literally stick a screwdriver in, and there's areas that we've repaired, but I can only imagine the cinder block over on this side is much worse. And so let me just show one last thing with the setbacks. So basically, this is the current setback, this blue line, and the proposed setback is right here. So it's going from 41 feet to 22 feet in the front, and then almost 17 feet to 8.5 feet. But this could be adjusted, and this could also be adjusted. It's just that like this whole area is completely underground, so I tried to only reduce it by about half. And you know, we were even considering maybe infilling this so you wouldn't even see this wall either, and it would really just be that one wall that's exposed there. So, and I could also show really quick what it would look. This is what it would look like if we put something within the setbacks. It would actually cover the entire Goodman architecture there. So you can see what I mean. It wouldn't really be too workable of a space because the main purpose of this is a workshop. I do a lot of kind of inventions and 3D printers and small CNC machines and different things that I just want to have a space in there. And my son and I, my son's almost 2, but he just constantly talks about a British car that we found out in a barn in West Virginia, and we want to restore it. But we, you know, to do that in a gravel driveway is not really a good situation. So yeah, this just wouldn't really work. So the next step is to do the application for the special permit, which technically is not part of the HOD according to what I've been told. It's not, or it's not, it doesn't fall under the HOD guidelines, the setbacks, but I wanted to get feedback from the ARB tonight before submitting the application. It's just currently on hold. Yeah, we've already talked to all the neighbors and they're completely in support of it. They're very happy with what we've done with the house. The previous residents were over 100 years old. They were the original homeowners. And we bought the house from their children. And, you know, like I said, we put a lot of money and time into fixing it up. And so far, we've only restored the house to exactly what it was original. We did remodel the kitchen because it was the original galley kitchen. But other than that, we've really painstakingly just remodeled the house to its original glory. So.
Thank you. We're going to go around. Everyone will get their questions in, but I gotta say, we're seeing some really amazing displays of ways to render architecture tonight. I feel like we're getting today. But I will go around to our members to see if they've got any questions. We'll start with Mr. Plumpy.
Yes. I applaud you for trying to work the garage into the hillside and adding a green roof. As a landscape architect, I'm all for that. However, I think you have to be realistic about your green roof itself. Structurally, it's going to be, at least in my opinion, because you want people to be up there in live loads like that. I think it's going to be about 5 to 6 inches thick reinforced concrete to make that happen. And also the soil depth at a minimum for sedums and so forth, which you show something more robust than sedums on your roof, is 4 inches. You could buy sedum sod and put in 4 inches of lightweight roof soil. However, you have shrubs and trees there, they will require 24 to 36 inches of soil, 18 to 36 inches of soil, depending on what you want to do there. So you have a challenge there because your roof your slab for your roof is nowhere near for a green roof that you envision in your rendering. It's going to be quite a bit thicker than that.
No, that's true. This is more conceptual. I've worked with a lot of architects that I collaborated with and showed over the years, and I went to them, and that was one of the comments. They said, that will have to be thicker, but there are a lot of new technologies for green roofs. I think to minimize that. And it's not going to be completely, it's going to, I think this has it's not going to be all grassier. Our vision for it is more of a hardscape. So there will be like a path coming out the door here, which you're not really seeing. It has to be developed further.
No problem. My background is we do probably 85% green roof designs on top of apartment buildings, office buildings, and so forth. So this is right down my wheelhouse. And yes, architects sometimes underestimate. Nothing against architects on the board here, but they tend to underestimate what plants and what the reality is. You're going to have to, it's a tall order than what you showed there. I would before I would even consider approving this, I'd like to see what your structural slab is, but then also what the soil depths are and the types of plant materials, and if you're doing irrigation or not. Right now it doesn't work in my humble opinion, but that's just me. So no worries.
Right. Yeah, and you know, I was taught by Peter Shermaev's who father designed the very first modern architecture with
That's
Enric
good.
Mendelsohn. And you know, they had taught me to build a building based off the program and then let the aesthetics follow that. So that's
There
what
you go.
I'm doing here. I just wanted to show something to have like the footprint here for
Yeah,
now. This
that's
is
good.
not by any means like fully developed aesthetically.
No,
And originally, this was going to be like an undulating wall where I was actually going to cut these out on a CNC machine. So like each board would be slightly different.
very
And,
cool.
but I'm not, the DRC didn't like that, or at least one of the members. So this is, if you look at the plan I submitted, this is just going to be flat rectilinear pieces most likely. But I mean, this wall could come down and it could be thicker. I fully plan on hiring, I have a structural engineer who I'm going to bring in.
Good.
But it doesn't make sense to do that until we figure out what can be done with the setbacks.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
but I wanted to bring as much light in here as I could because
Love it.
at Goodman, and I should show these other examples here in Holland Hills. So they're in the plan, but basically these are all the garages in Holland Hills. And again, this isn't really gonna, we probably won't even really park cars in it. It's more gonna be an artist workshop. Like I'm helping one of my professors right now from the architecture school I went to in Boston.
Okay.
He wants me to recreate a sculpture that was sold in an auction, a charity auction. But basically, this is a Goodman house that's just a few houses up from us that does have, I don't think that's original. But most of the other examples are, I don't believe, Goodman examples, except there is the Alcoa house, and he did actually leave, this is a 2-car garage. It's kind of hard to see because it's dark, but he did actually leave an option on the Alcoa house to add a garage onto it. And, you know, so it wasn't that Goodman was against garages, but he just, I think from my understanding, he believed that, you know, they didn't let enough light in. And that's why, you know, I peeled this up here and put these beams, columns to support
That's
it.
fine.
What I would
Thanks for
say
your
is-
explanation. That's I
Yeah,
just wanted to
no.
bring it up. That's all.
Yeah, no, and then definitely you've brought so much information. I want to make sure we give everyone, given our hour, a chance to that we're at to give a chance to give you some input. So, Ms. Orr.
Oh, okay. You are going to hire an architect to draw your drawings, are you not?
Well, like I said, I've worked in architecture for like over 15.
Wow.
I went to architecture school, so I'm not a licensed architect, but I do have an architect working with me on it. Yeah, so these are not detailed. These are definitely not like a permit set at this point because it's more for the special permit.
Well, I just want you to realize that we expect to see professional drawings coming to us, not necessarily at this stage, but when it does come for the next phase, we want to see things that are actually buildable. And, you know, you're not putting wood right up against your soil. Your garage door doesn't open out. It opens in unless it's a different sort of something that.
No, it's going to open like that. I can show you.
Okay, that's a very different garage door, but just.
Right, I understand. It's just to show you an example. It would be something like this.
I see. Okay. But you know, just because you know we're all professionals and we are used to looking at professional drawings and we appreciate the you know it's difficult to do or else everybody in the world would be doing it and so and also you know part of the concern for the HOD was the landscape allowing because I realize everybody can build out by right to the edges of their setbacks, but we are really hoping that people don't. And the fact that you're asking for more is just concerning. I mean, if you're not planning to park cars in there, you just want to work at workspace, then maybe you don't need more setback.
Well, I want to restore a car. That's kind of one of the main purposes. My wife also has a lot of bikes. She does bike races, so we do want to be able to park a car in there. But like our main cars will probably still be in the drive, like we have one car right now and an antique car that's being restored, but I need a garage to actually restore it.
Right, right. Well, I'm just saying that within our guidelines, we talk about modesty and something that's not out of scale. And to ask for more setback kind of is pushing that for me. So just a heads up, that's how
Right.
So,
Well, one question, can I ask a question about that? So are you concerned with the side setback or more the front setback reduction? Because the side setback is going to be completely underground, so you won't actually see that. Like this part here, sorry, if I go to this section, you won't actually see any of this here because it's going to be completely underground. And, you know, so that, and like I said before, that can also be reduced, but it's going to be a subterranean structure. So I completely understand if that was like above ground, which I wouldn't want to do because, you know, I mean, we could build something up here, but it would be covering part of the Goodman architecture. And it would be within the setback if we build it on the side of the house, but we don't really want to do that. I feel like this is less obtrusive because it's underground, it's subterranean. But I guess, so my question is like, are you more concerned about the front setback or the side setback or both?
Well, I just believe setbacks are in place for a reason. And I just, if you can figure something out without having to go to get those reduced, I think that would be a better solution in my mind. So.
Yeah, if I go back to the one, if I show it in plan view, I think it makes a lot more sense of why I had to do what I did. So basically, here's the proposed footprint here. And then this is the front setback line, and this is the side setback line. So, you know, putting something here, again, it would cover, we'd have to remove this window here, which is a utility room, but it's still nice having light and it's a laundry room / utility room, so like a pantry. But it just wouldn't really work too well. And I mean, there's already a structure here, so it's not really, I guess I don't understand how it's, you know, taking away from the landscape because there's already a structure there.
Okay, go on.
Thank you, Ms. Orr.
Oh, thank you.
Ms. Murray.
I like the idea. That's unlike the last edition, it's definitely subordinate to the house. I'll let the architects tweak the nuances. I'm concerned about whether the materials fit within the guidelines, but I don't need answers to any of those questions. Those are just things I'm raising.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Murray. Mr. Kalinsky.
All right, thank you. I like the concept. I like that you're burying the garage into the grade. I have no issue with the setbacks because when you look at the terrain, the topography here, you know, you have limited options. You're burying it into grade. It's not going to be visible. I think that's well and good. Let me say the design or the concept where it peels up and presents the glass, that's intriguing. You know, back to Mr. Plumpy's, I think there's more design development based on actual construction that needs to be done. And you know, the reality is that if this is a steel and concrete reinforced structure, it's going to be very expensive to build. And you know, maybe you're prepared to do that, but you know, I think you got to, you know, run that through all aspects of what you're trying to do here to figure out, you know, is that what you're going to do? That being said, I really like the design, the concept. I think it's a really neat on many levels. My biggest concern is that it may be stealing the show from the Goodman house a little bit. just because the materials are let me say rich and presented. All the more reason I like the undulation in the what I presume are cedar or cypress strips, the wood strips. But I think I would agree with the DRC's comment that not having it be so sculptural.
Right.
I'm assuming that was their thing, that a more rectilinear or more straight would be better. Just again, because I think it's just drawing too much attention. But having it, half buried, all that works well. I just think you need, whether you go get your special permit now or later, however, I think I could support something here similar to this, but just better developed.
Yeah, and I'm okay with like potentially moving this wall back towards the house, or moving this one. We wanted to try to make some, because we're going to be taking away from some storage under the stairs to try to open that up, and so we wanted to add a little more storage back there. But so I could totally understand as well. What you're saying is like you think the undulation would be too distracting from the Goodman architecture.
Yeah, it just needs to be a little bit more subordinate. I mean, it's a beautiful piece, but it's almost taking too much attention. So if it were a little bit more subordinate, I think it would be more respectful of the Goodman architecture,
right,
and the Hartman architecture.
Yeah, I guess well, so I became a software developer and I work for IBM now. So there's actually like an algorithm to this wave. And that was kind of my personal touch to the house, because I've always wanted to build something. We left everything else the same and just restored it. But my hope was to add some kind of personal flair to it. But I don't want it to be too much flair to where it's like distracting or anything like that. And so I also like the rectilinear facade as well. And it'll save me a lot of time of not having to cut all these pieces out on my CNC machine.
More time to work with.
It's in pieces right now in the basement, and I need a space to actually like assemble it.
So give you more time to work on the car.
Yeah.
Any more from you, Steve?
No, that's my comment.
All right, sorry, I don't mean to keep moving us forward, but we're getting long in the hour. So, Ms. Swan.
Yes, I totally agree with all the previous comments. This is quite an extraordinary project undertaken, and perhaps this green roof perhaps went a little further, just make it all earth sheltered garage. Maybe an idea just to throw out there. I also want to echo on Miss Mary's comments on the material, the glass railing and the very thin green roof slab, and the slotted. I don't think that is represent a wood siding. I think it's more like a wood strip fastened to the exterior wall. Those are not quite the material we saw in this neighborhood. So
the cedar siding is very common actually on additions, but yeah, I don't
not
think
how you rendering show. That was not the common siding that you are referring to. The strip wood that you presented is very nice material. Right.
Yeah, this would be concrete. It's basically a concrete box, and then the roof is floating. So this is attached, and these actually, they have a material that's like, it looks like wood, but it's actually aluminum. It would look like wood, but the problem is we have a lot of termites here, so we had to repair a lot of structure in the house, like even headers and stuff that were completely attacked by termites. So that's one concern about putting wood on here, but I'm totally open to working on refining the materials to make it blend in better. And you know, and I mean, I was even thinking this roof could maybe be like some kind of butterfly shape instead, like still being a green roof potentially. That's something I wanted first to, again, just to see if it's possible to build something here before I go too far down the rabbit hole of putting a lot of engineering into that.
Anything more, Samantha? No? Okay, Ms. Camplin.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
All right, John, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am an adamant advocate for not making the automobile dominant over the Holland Hills architecture. And so I applaud your attempt to hide it, although from what you said, only is that a mini, or excuse, an MG midget, I mean?
Oh, it's a 1972 Triumph GT6. So just like the house, it's actually very rare, and that's why I wanted to save it. But this is kind of another example of what the door might look like when it's closed.
From what you said, it's really only the sports car will go in there. I do note that you have 2 driveway cuts already. I don't know what the county will say if you go in when you ask for your setback, if they might take issue with you having 2 driveway cuts, but
we want
was
to make
probably there at the time that you bought the house. The rendering that you had up when I first started to speak, which is now gone, was kind of the bird's eye view looking down on it from a slight elevation over the parking pad. That rendering, there, it was just, it filled the whole screen, whichever one that was.
Well, that shows like the driveway.
This one here?
There you go. There you go. Okay. 2 things occurred to me there. One is you're cutting back the grade a fair amount to get a little flat space there to the right of the driveway. Because, you know, right now that slope kind of continues down. If you left that grade similar to what it is now, the prominence of the wood detracting from the house behind it would be lessened. You know, right now you got that big orange, bright sunlit piece of wood there. I thought about that. Also, nobody's mentioned this, but one of the things that crossed my mind, if you just look at your sculptured wood strips on it, it struck me is that really, really heavy green roof is kind of distorting the wall below it. that could, to a certain extent, you might look at that as a sign of distress in the wall rather than a sculptural artifact, which I'm sure is what your intent was. The thing that concerns me is something that Elise mentioned, and I think Kay Orr also reiterated, is intrusion into the setback. And in this particular instance, on our new Holland Hills guidelines, one of the things it talks about under not recommended is removal of trees.
Right.
And you have a specimen tree that somehow escaped a lot of, can you share again with me?
The picture? The pictures of the trees. I have, right here. These are Japanese maples. So we're actually considering to try to move.
Denise, can you share the screen?
Oh, sorry. Can you see this?
Denise?
Sorry, John. Yes, sorry, John. Yeah,
I think
I'm
John
doing it right
wants
now.
to share his screen.
Oh, okay.
He's
Sorry.
asking for.
Let's do it. There you go. You have, right where you're going to go and dig out, an enormous, I would call it a specimen tree. It's one of the biggest trees I've seen in Holland Hills.
Okay.
And I give you credit, you mentioned that in your plan rendering, showed tree to be removed, but somehow that escaped our view in all the pictures that you shared with us. But that is a big tree. That's probably 70 or 80 feet tall. And it's really quite extraordinary. And I assume that will go. Is that the tree that you're going to have to take out to accomplish what you want?
That's a really good question. We really don't want to take that down, but I also looked at maybe bringing the back wall forward more, but I talked to a tree expert and he said it's really hard to say until you start digging that out there, how far the roots go, but he said it's possible that you could maybe just trim back if the roots come over to here, like trim some of them. But the other thing is that tree, when we bought the house, there was actually a branch sitting on the roof that we had to have cut off. So it's a little concerning how big it is, but again, we don't want to remove it if we don't have to, but I guess it probably would have to go. And the other option is if we did build, if this doesn't work out and we had to build something like kind of off in the back within the setbacks, it probably also would have to be cut down to actually be able to do that. But I don't really think that's an option to build something back there. I mean, if I really want to explore this footprint or this general area first before we look at that.
Yeah. But and also just for everyone's edification, this I believe is a unit house number 4 originally. Is that correct?
It's exactly the same as the one across on the corner, the yellow one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Except
Okay.
it has the,
And that was a very different design than most because the bedrooms are upstairs and the living dining space are downstairs. That and it's when you walk into it, it's a little disconcerting at first. So it's a very unique design, and there's maybe 6 or 7 of them in all of Holland Hills, and this is one of them. And they're always on a slope site like this.
right. Yeah, and it opens up to the backyard, so it's a full 2 stories like open in the backyard.
Right, right. But anyway, but it's a unique house, and the thing that I think that I really like about this is attempting to make the cars subordinate, because too often people want to bring the cars right up to the front of the house and build a big garage. You actually showed a picture or two of that kind of design. So I applaud that, but I'm concerned about the details of how it will be carried out. Thank you for the time and your presentation today.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Ms. Aubrey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to just support comments made by Ms. Murray and Ms. Huang in particular. I mean, I'm very intrigued with having a building, an addition for, even if it's a garage, it's definitely subordinate to the house. But then on the other hand, its materials are so starkly different from the house that it really, I mean, you notice it immediately, and it takes your eye away from the architecture of the original house and its original addition. So it would seem to me that the material used, if the project is built, should be something that is much more compatible with the actual house and the other addition, rather than being so starkly different from it. But otherwise, I think it's a great idea to dig into the hillside and have the structure be smaller than the house.
Okay.
Thank you, Michelle. And I'll try to be lightning quick with mine. I think you've gotten a lot of feedback from us. And I think in general, I think there's a universal idea that you've really, concept seems like a nice approach in trying to not overwhelm the property and the historic structure. I do agree with our architects. I would want to see where the designs start to take and constrain you, because I think that's going to be where you're going to start to hit some tough decisions that'll have to be made in the future. In my personal opinion, I think this is something that if it did come back to us, it would probably be best served for another future workshop when you've started to get things refined. I'm kind of agnostic about the setback situation. I am a little hesitant to start traipsing too far into that area because they are there for a reason. But I do think I could be convinced through some innovation that might not be such a bad thing in this case. I think Ms. Orr did though highlight some of the larger concerns we have looming about that, and so a lot of any future presentation or discussion is really going to need to kind of exemplify why this is the exception as opposed to the worst case scenario that I think we would fret with that case. With that in mind, I think you've gotten a lot of feedback from us. I again applaud your impressive presentation of information. I don't think we've seen a more conceptual information shared in a presentation in a long time. So thank you so much for that. I guess, is there any other members that have any other comments they want to add? I'm not seeing any hands.
Could I ask one last question about that a lot of the architects on the ARB brought up? Because I guess I'm still a little unclear. Is it okay if I just ask one quick question?
Yeah, sure, absolutely, of course.
So in the new guidelines, it clearly states that, and following the National Historic Guidelines as well, which Laura told me, the HOD is trying to follow or maybe complement with additional parts of that. But it clearly states that any additions should not be like exact clones or copies of the original historic architecture, so that you can tell them apart. But I understand it also has to be harmonious. I guess I'm just trying to understand what that I guess where you fall over the line of like it being too distracting from the original architecture. And then the other part is like the DRC told me kind of the opposite, so that's where a lot of my confusion has been, because they said they would prefer me to use the exact same siding, like the same bricks, and I can't make the garage door out of bricks, but they would prefer it to literally mimic the Goodman architecture, and I think that's a mistake because it's going against the National Historic Guidelines of having it be differentiated.
Very, very astute observation, and I will say that is definitely one of the more subjective areas that the preservation world falls in the sense that we want to get in a way that we can be compatible. And what is compatible frequently is a question of how similar can we get without actually creating that falsity that this is the original structure. And I think Mr. Burns, who deals with this a lot in his professional life, might even be able to speak to it rather astutely.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What you're referring to is Standard 9 guidelines in the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation, and it calls for things to be differentiated and compatible. And in that, differentiated is not defined at all. There's no constraints on what that is. So that Mr. Daniels is absolutely correct. It's subjective, but there are 4 specific things mentioned for compatibility. It's scale, massing, size, and I forget what the 4th one is. I'll put it out in my head. But those 2 things are seemingly not in balance, and so you have to find the happy medium that is recognizable as new. That's all it has to be, is recognizable as new. It doesn't have to mimic identically, but it also has to be compatible. When we had discussions about another project tonight about whether or not the scale of it was compatible.
Okay.
And that's we're not talking about this, with the exception of the prominence of the materials makes it less compatible. And so it's a different thing. It's not an easy thing to deal with, and you ask 10 people for their answer, and you'll probably get 5 on one side and 5 on the other side in terms of what's the more important thing to be.
Is aesthetics and materials, is that one of the 4 items? I guess I can research that more on my own, but I was just
right.
Expertise.
Yeah, the Fairfax County simply adopted or said that they will follow the Secretary of the Interior standards. However, how Fairfax County interprets those standards is up to Fairfax County. Having said that, the National Park Service does have a lot of guidance on their website about applying the Secretary of the Interior standards to specific projects. And it talks about things like compatibility, scale, mass, materials, and things like that. That's just I have to go down the Google hole and find out from online sources what that information is.
And John, I will say this board frequently tries to seek to find that happy medium in that space there. I think your approach of coming to us first with a concept, and obviously if you do take this further, coming again, we've with many applications in the past provided that perspective on where we think that spot is. As John said, it does change as to how the groups that are interpreting it take those guidelines and work with them. We try to endeavor to be as flexible as possible in that mindset of when you come to us with ideas, we're going to try to be as candid as we can as to how we think that meets it.
Because I feel like I see a lot of houses around Holland Hills, and this is again just subjective, but I feel like they've put on additions and you can't tell what the addition is versus the original Goodman architecture. And I feel like that, I just personally, it's just my opinion, but I feel like that's a mistake that's happened in the past. And I guess that'll maybe be a really big question with each one of these projects in Holland Hills and the HOD.
I have a feeling we'll be having this discussion many, many times. I do not doubt.
I absolutely agree with that. And my own addition on our house, I followed the vocabulary of Goodman. I used the panelized construction and the window modules and even salvage windows that people were throwing away to use in the addition. But it's subtly different. And so if somebody came to me and said but it looks all the same, I said, no, this is different, that is different, this is different, that is different. And it's just a question of how you articulate differentiation versus compatibility.
Okay, no, that makes sense.
Well, thank you very much. We'll look forward to potentially seeing you again in the future, and look to see where you take this. Okay, no, I really appreciate everyone's time, and I know it's late, so thank you. Have a good evening. All right, you too. Thank you. All right, onward and upward. We move on to our next workshop session. This is ARB 22 LFK 01WS, the Schrader residence located at 1000 Doug Hill. This project proposes to create a dialogue between architecture and landscape by connecting a back terrace to a new garden for a proposed solarium, per a previous ARB 05 LFK 02 amendment. So we have this presented to us by Mila Antova from Moody Architecture. Ms. Antova, are you there with us? We see you're muted. So,
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chairman and all review board members. Yes, I am here. Thank you
All
for
right.
having us.
Do you have a presentation that you'll be presenting, or is there something that Denise will be displaying?
I do have a presentation, and
right.
let me see if I have the control. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So as you mentioned, this is Schrader Residence. It's located in the Langley Fork Historic Overlay District, and we presented part of the project, the back solarium garden, last year in March, and the project was approved. However, over time, the client had expressed desires for changes in the back garden, which I'm going to describe in a second. And we also started developing what we call phase 2, which is the front garden. So I will show a little bit from the previous presentation. This is the Langley Fork Historic Overlay District, and this is the location of our property 4A in the corner. This is an aerial view, and this is the location 1000 Dock Hill Lane. The existing site survey that was done by Dominion. And we also had an arborist who identified all existing trees. This client owns both Lot 4A, which is the one located in the Historic Overlay District, and the same client also owns Lot 11, which is outside of the Historic District Overlay. This is why both lots are on this on the plans. So these are some existing pictures. I think most of you were on the board when we presented before, but this is the front of the house, and these are some pictures from the back. Some additional pictures, and there's a large tulip poplar tree existing, which was we coordinated with an arborist and was taken into account when we developed the site plans to make sure we stayed away from the critical root zone of the tree. So this is the proposed plan for the solarium. This is the existing main house, the connection, and this is the solarium itself. And these are some of the site elevations. This is the east elevation looking this way. The north elevation, this is the west elevation, and these are some sections. The significance of the section are the way we collect the rainwater. So the downspouts from the solarium are connected to these trench drains, which are also accepting some of the surface runoff. And all of this is previous and it has not changed. I'm just running over things to remind everybody where we were. This is the old plan that basically had a large stone terrace with a planter box in the middle and lawn stairs going up to a landing with a focal point with a fountain. And then we had from the solarium another access point with stairs leading to the same landing with the fountain. We also had a path leading up to the existing lot 11. There is an existing site wall here, or there was, and existing fireplace, which the client decided to demolish, and I will show you the changes on that. We were also showing some additional side walls here to support the grade because there's a significant grade change on the property. Around the solarium itself, again, to support the grade change, we had a side wall here and a side wall here. And this is the large existing tulip poplar located on site that we took into account for and accounted for the critical root zone. So this is the previous plan. And this is the current plan. And I'm actually gonna jump quickly to the next page, which describes the changes. And then I'm gonna go back to the actual plan. So what we saw just a minute ago and what we presented before was the back solarium garden, which is basically this area back here. So this is the solarium. The things that changed are highlighted in this magenta color, and I tried to number them. So we modified the east entry garden wall, and we will show elevations, but right now I'm just gonna go over what changed. We developed this garden on the east here, and we added a lot of layers of plants, which are going to be visible from the house. They will also support, hold the grade, prevent erosion, get some of the, help with some of the runoff and some of the rainfall by absorbing the rain. And there will be a connection through steps and stepping stones to the upper lot 11. Another change is as I mentioned, the client decided to demolish the existing fireplace and the wall, and we were able to push the garden a little bit up the hill. We still have retaining walls to maintain that, but that allows us to create a little bit more breathing room, so to say, around the house. And we broke up the seating terrace in the back into a smaller, almost like a smaller room with several different seating opportunities and intertwined with more planting. So the garden basically immersed more into the seating area. We also previously this planter bed was touching the house here. However, there is an access point from the two doors going to the back garden here and here. And after having several conversations, we decided that it's a better circulation and just flow if the planter gets a little bit smaller and is more centered on the main lawn stairs. It's disengaged from the building and allow for this circulation pattern to happen more freely. We also added, because we now have these walls with small piers, and I will show you some elevations here. We added little piers at the base of the lawn stairs, and they will have planters for additional seasonal planting on them. And another change is this paving here previously was the same paving pattern as this, which is stone paving on concrete base. So it wasn't really pervious, but now this path kind of breaks out the spaces. It's going to be irregular stepping stones with some plants in between. So it's going to be much more porous. And this will create kind of like carpets in front of the building. So these stairs will become one carpet intercepted by a more porous stepping stones, and then this will become its own carpet in front of the door from the solarium into the garden. Another change that was made because the client was a little bit concerned about the height of the retaining walls. So we went back to the drawing board and we tried to figure out ways to make the walls, which are this side wall and this side wall, a little bit shorter. So we used a few different techniques. We pushed the grade up a little bit, so we're sloping a little bit the garden in front of the walls, but we also separated the cheek wall that goes on both sides of the stairs from this wall, and this allowed us to shorten the side walls, and I will show you sections in a little bit. Another change we made, we started thinking about the views outside of the solarium. So we're proposing here and here, we're proposing additional interest in the garden, such as a planter with, again, seasonal planting, and introducing a seating area here with a bench. So you can look back at the garden and utilize the long view of the property into the garden, but also having a dense edge of evergreens, which create privacy, separation with the adjacent lots, and provide protection. So when you're sitting in the garden, you kind of feel safe and protected, and you have this expanded view in front of you. Another change is the wall here. We're working with the architects to modify this elevation. I will show additional actual elevations for this. And we're also modifying the stairs here by making them more part of the landscape. So having, instead of having more of interior stair ratio, they're becoming a little bit wider with a wider stair tread and becoming more part of the garden. And so as you come up the stairs here, there will be a path that will lead you to the sitting area. And we also are proposing to add a wall. Well, there's an existing wall along this property which steps down, and we're proposing to add a little bit of wall on top and raise the grade a little bit, because the existing grade is actually sloping down and creating low point at these tall walls, which is creating a little bit of a drainage problem in terms of it's pushing the runoff towards the walls. So it's creating a pressure into the walls. So we're trying to, the reason for adding the wall here is to raise the grade about 2 feet or so, and being able to mitigate the low point created by the existing grade here. And then the big change is number 10, which is the development of the whole front area. And so now I'm gonna jump back to the previous page, which had the actual beautiful rendering. And just to go quickly, I'll
Yeah, and Miss Anatova, I would suggest, for the sake of getting our feedback on it, obviously the more you can point to the items, so that then we can go through for particular items. For the sake of you getting member feedback, just since I know this is something we have looked at in the past, I'm just to make sure you get direct input on some of this stuff.
so you.
Oh, I'm just saying, when you do go through these, just leave it for members to bring you some questions about them. You've been giving us a lot of detail, and we greatly appreciate it, but I want to make sure you get the questions where they need to be got, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
And you already seem to have a plan on that.
How about we focus on maybe this area, and if there are any questions, I answer them, and then we move to the other changes that were made. Would that be helpful?
I would just keep going. I was just suggesting make sure just to give us the cursory, and we'll come ask when we want the explicit details on certain items, because you were mentioning rendering or specific plans and drawings. So that's what I was getting at. Okay. Sorry, please go continue ahead.
Okay, so thank you. So this is the West Garden change that was made. So we have a brick wall with stone piers and a new gate, a walkway going in with the irregular stones with vegetation in between, a little landing with a bench looking up to this newly developed garden up the hill. In lieu of the wall with the existing gas fireplace that is being removed, there will be this longer side wall that is taller and a shorter seat height wall with 2 piers, the seating arrangement chosen by the client, another seat height wall with piers. And so this becomes one seating area broken up with the regular stone with some vegetation coming in. And then another carpet, so to say, formed here with the smaller plant bed into the paving. These are the 2 piers at the lawn stairs. This is illustrating the broken up irregular fieldstone, the other landing. So this is the connection, how the cheek wall is now a different wall and no longer connected to this side wall in order to get the height of the side wall shorter. The bench with the small landing here, the side stairs, and then we have this is a brick wall with railing on top. The front garden is a completely new item that we have not presented before. And basically for the front, we're proposing a stone path that connects the cul-de-sac and leads you to the main residence. One of the big moves that pertain to the landscape is the existing house has one entrance, which is this entrance, and these are windows. However, there are a set of steps here and a set of steps here. In order to create a clear access and clear understanding of where the entrance is, we are proposing to remove the secondary stairs, and we're keeping the existing stairs in front of the door, and we're going to create this evergreen hedge, and kind of which would become like a landing of the architecture into the landscape and connect the two. The walk that is going to the main door is going to be winding, and there's several reasons for that. It's on axis with the window, so you start on that axis, kind of acknowledging this. It also winds a little bit because currently there's 3 steps. So by gaining more space, we're creating a little bit of a ramp condition, and we're eliminating the stairs, which just helps create a more accessible route, if you will. But again, we're keeping the existing stairs here. These are existing stairs that are to remain. We're just proposing a connection to them. We're making the outer court much smaller to reduce the paving and make it more into scale with the house. So it's the same proportions as the front porch. It's going to be the bend is going to be granite cobble pavers, and we're continuing the same language along the new proposed driveway, which is asphalt paving with the cobblestone border. And the same treatment continues down here into the garage entry. This is going to be bluestone paving, which is that's the main paving throughout the property. All the stairs, the wall caps, stair treads, everything is bluestone. So this is again in keeping of that language. Here, there's an existing swale, and unfortunately, it's failing in this area. So it's a little bit tricky, and that's one of my questions. So we're proposing new walls and recreate, or not recreate, but replace the piping for the swale, because right now there's the pipe get filled with silt and it's failing, it's not functioning properly. So the swale is running like this. It goes under the existing pavement, and then it continues here, and it eventually connects to a catch basin that is connected to storm. So we can come up to that question unless somebody wants to provide comment on that now.
Hi, this is Joe Plumpy, the landscape architect on the board. I think what you got is fine. I just put your, if the water has to go underneath the driveways and the walkway, and you've created a 2 stone walls there by the walkway, just bury the pipe underneath there and daylight it aesthetically through the head wall of the pipes. Those items number 29, and I think you're fine. You know, I mean, you're going to need to get the swale water out of there, you know, to the catch basin. So just proceed on with that logic as what you're showing in your plan view, with pipes underneath sidewalks and driveways accordingly to get the water to the catch basin.
And do you see any issues, since this is outside of the property line, in terms of permitting?
It is, I think here, it is within the public road right away. You'll probably need to get some kind of approval from Fairfax County, unfortunately. This is a, I assume this is a county maintained road, not association maintained road. Is that right? Is it a private road for a homeowner association, or is it a county road? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, if it's a homeowner association private road, you just have to go through your design review board to get that approved. The county has no jurisdictions in that. If it's a county approved road, that would have to be probably run through the county, unfortunately, because you're going to need to get a grading permit. Because are you putting in maybe not? I don't know if this is over 2,500 square feet for all your site improvements. If you do, then that triggers a whole another set of regulations and rules. You'll need a civil engineer involved and so forth. But if I was you, I'd do it in phases. Just do the front yard that looks like 2,500 square feet, then do the backyard areas. in phases so you don't get caught, because you're probably going to pull a permit for that pavilion space in the back that you're building. So that's when the inspector will be on site to say, oh my God, you're disturbing X number of square footage. So just be careful. So it's a numbers game. So you're gonna have to kind of look at your site and see how you want to split it up. Unless the owner wants to say, I want to do it all at once, then he knows what he's going to have to do. He or she's going to have to get a civil engineer involved to do a site plan submission for sediment erosion control and stormwater management, which will chip a lot of different things to do and more cost. So again, take all your site improvements front and back, determine if you can phase them so that you don't trip over 2,500 square foot of disturbance. That means grading disturbance, new pavements, or anything like that.
Great,
So
thank you.
anyways, I like all your numbers on the papers. All the designs are good. All your constants are fine. I don't think anybody's really going to see the backyard from the historical district. The front yard possibly so. So I think the front is elegantly done. Those are my knee-jerk comments. But continue on with your presentation if you have more to present, I guess.
Yeah, and I will point out too, Ms. Antova, these materials were all sent to us, so that's kind of what I was getting at. If there's something in particular you want to draw our eye to, because every one of us has received the package you sent. So if we have questions and concerns, we can bring them up individually as well.
Great. Okay, now I better understand what you meant a second ago. Okay, so with that, I will just move forward. So this is updated sections. I'm just gonna breeze through them. Old section, revised section. This is just showing the lower wall, an added evergreen here per client's request. Old section, new section, again, shorter wall, bench. These are the new elevations, which I described the seat wall with the piers, the wall behind. This is at the seating area. And these are the two piers at the lawn stairs with the planters and the other seat wall with piers. So this is, I highlighted here, the removal of the stairs. So we're just keeping the main stairs on the front elevation. And this is how we're treating the entrances. We have two piers, which are here and here, two piers with this vehicular gate and the gas lanterns. This is the west garden entry, and for some reason, these are stone piers. This is going to be brick wall to pick up on the house, and this gate will be using the same language as the vehicular gates. Sorry. The elevation on the other end, this is the existing, so it jogs down, and what we're proposing is to basically eliminate that jog. In other words, add wall here and make it leveled, and this is going a little bit to the grading and the perpendicular side wall that I was explaining how we're trying to raise the grade a little bit to improve drainage and to also create a clean elevation at the back of the driveway. And the gate was, again, using the same language. So these are the revised material plan for the solarium, the grading and drainage plan. We have the front garden materials plan, and this is the reason I highlighted this is I wanted to make sure I don't forget to ask about the swale, which I already did. This is the grading and drainage for the front garden. And this is the planting plan for the front garden. The lights we're planning to use, we have tree up lights, and we have some of these smaller path lights, which have smaller intervention and don't really stick out much in the landscape. And then these are some of the details which you've seen previously with some of the materials. this particularly was for the fountain. These are the hardscape for the back garden. And these are the materials picking up on the existing stone on the house facade elevation, and we're using that in the bringing in into the landscape using blue stone, as I mentioned, regular, rectangular, and irregular. Precedent images of the lawn stairs, the bend that we're using to create clean lines, and some of the plant beds. And with this, I would appreciate your comments and thank you so much for your patience.
No problem. Thank you very much, Ms. Anatova. Joe, I know you've already talked before, but you're up on deck, and I think we all would want you to be the one to talk first anyway.
Yeah, no problem at all. I think, all the things you've done are fantastic. There's no, from my standpoint as a landscape architect, I think you did an exquisite job to it. A lot of it's not seen from the, public street or the private street, or from the street view, I should say. So like all the backyard stuff. So I don't think any big deal there at all. I think it's going to be nice. You have very good taste. And all I'm going to do is check out that roadway, if it's private or public road, and you know what hurdles you may have to do for getting the construction in the road right away. But it's not insurmountable. It's just another little hurdle you have to do. So I think it makes sense that you wanted to is perhaps just find that out and maybe contact Laura, and maybe Laura can contact me to just go over with you a little bit what you can do in that road right away issue, if it is an issue, if it is a public road right away or not. I think that's the first thing I would do. Check that box first.
Wonderful. I appreciate it. I will definitely check and I will follow up.
Okay. My work is done here. This is all good.
Thank you, Joe. Ms. Orr.
Beautiful presentation. The quality of your drawings, I really appreciate the professionalism, and it'll be gorgeous. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Murray.
To an expert eye, it all looks wonderful, and I look forward to seeing it finished someday.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kalinsky.
Same general comments. It's beautifully done, and it looks like it's going to be great once completed. Good luck.
Ms. Swan.
No comment. Thank you for the presentation.
Ms. Camplin.
No questions or comments. Thank you.
Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been looking at this property from Google Street View, and in that little bridge over the swale at the front edge, it almost looks like it's just a piece of plywood laid across there. Has that changed in your designs from what I see in the Google Street View? Now, mind you, the Google Street View is dated May 2012. So, we're talking a decade ago.
I don't recall seeing plywood, but the connection above the swale, the current connection is definitely failing. And we think that part of the reason for it to be failing is because the pipe has a lot of sediment and is no longer performing. So we're proposing to completely replace the walk, the path.
Well, that sounds very prudent because it does not look in good shape in 2012. So I can't imagine a decade later it's in any better shape. So, and then in my inexpert eye, this is a more thoughtfully designed landscape than I have ever recalled seeing in a design review situation like this. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ms. Albury.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. It looks beautiful, just like the first version looked beautiful to me. I mean, my original question was, what's different from what we saw before? But you pointed that out to us. The owners are very lucky, and they will have a beautiful garden. Thank you.
Thank you. We're looking forward to seeing it come to fruition.
Yeah, I have to agree with my colleagues. Thank you for the wonderful submission. I did not mean to chide you on to move this expeditiously, but I think I could already predict most of the comments you were going to get on this. That obviously it's landscaping and it's obviously well screened from the historic property, and you're not creating something that is going to create a disturbance too. So that's, I think overall happy to see it, and we'll look forward to you coming to us with an application.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone's comments, and have a wonderful rest of the evening, and looking forward to presenting as an action item.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Nice
you.
presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we move on to our final workshop session item, ARB 22 LFK 02WS. This is 1101 or 1102 Chainbridge Road. This is a project that proposes the demolition of an existing dwelling and site amenities on the parcel and construction of a new dwelling. This is represented by Mr. Jabori of KJ and Associates. Mr. Jabori, are you still with us?
Indeed, I am, Mr. Daniels. How are you?
Good to see you. Thank you for staying with us at this hour.
Of course, it's always a learning experience here.
The floor is yours.
I'm going to cut to the chase on this project because it's been a long night for everybody on the ARB board. This application was, let's see.
Hopefully Denise gave you the ability to share so you can pull it up.
Yes, I am doing that. Can you, are you able to see my screen?
Not at the moment. We just see you. It seems to be the flavor of the night is that question getting asked.
Let's see.
Mr. Jabori, would you like help?
Well, I clicked on, the short answer may be yes. Well, let's see.
Oh, there we
Oh,
go.
there we go. There we go.
There we go. Perfect. We're seeing you. So if you just show your presentation, yeah, perfect. We got it.
Perfect. So a short note, this project was in front of the board a couple of years back under the previous ownership. And they got your approval and they moved on to grading plan, and then they backed out of it and they sold the property. My client had purchased it. It is located on the west side of Chainbridge Road in Langley Fork Historic Overlay District. It is a non-contributing property. We are proposing to remove the existing structure and site amenities. This is the aerial view of the Langley Fork Historic Overlay District. Removing all the existing features on the site and build a two-story house with a basement on it. If you all remember, compared to the previous proposal, and these are some pictures. I'm as quickly as possible, I'm going to go through the pictures. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to stop me. They were disturbing this property significantly more than we are proposing to do so. We are, as you probably noticed on the proposed grading plan, we're proposing some tree safe area in the backyard in coordination and a site visit and meeting the Urban Forest Management Division branch manager. They requested that this is the backyard of the property, looking to the south, I believe it is, towards 123 from Chainbridge Road. As you all know, this portion of Chainbridge Road is not Route 123. This is, but anyways. These pictures are about a couple of weeks old. This is the condition the house is, and bottom line, we're going to clear the land. Say this is how it looks in the backyard nowadays. Lots of vines, uncontrolled invasive growth. Some of the more precious let me see if I can do this. Some of these more precious trees, we've been requested to save. That's why we pulled the limits of clearing and grading back. This is very near the back of the property. These magnolias we're trying to save, or will save, not trying to, we will save it. Viewing from there were two entrances on the property. This is the northern entrance to the site. Looking at, that's the intersection with the 193. This is looking from the same entrance towards Dolly Madison side. And these columns are going to stay, we're going to reface them. We're doing our best not to disturb within the right of way and do not add, unlike the previous version that I had seen. We're not going to install any pipes or anything in the roadway. We're going to take it sheet flown onto our property like it is nowadays. This is I stood in front of the garage and looking outside. These trees may or may not stay. Our limits go to the property line. Chances are we're going to make significant improvements to these trees, replanting them and so forth. This is neighboring dwelling on the north side. This is a house across the street from us on Chainbridge Road, a little bit towards Dolly Madison. This is another lot. The house is not quite visible, but that's their driveway entrance. And this is the neighboring property to the south. This is the existing condition plan, demolition / demolition. In red, I am showing where we're proposing the tree save area. This is the limits of disturbance in the backyard. And we are keeping the driveway. We're just making it, it's about 10 or 11 feet wide. We're going to make it 12-foot wide. But keeping it for the most part where it is along the frontage. But we're in the next slide. We're improving this piece and adding a little bit to the driveway in the back with that turnaround, because this corner gets a little tight. So we needed to propose a turnaround. Stormwater management infiltration trench facility that is going to take care of both quality and quantity. We're going to have a pool back there. These are the renderings. That's stucco facade house, front elevation, right elevation, rear elevation, and the left elevation. And this is a depiction of the finished product. We failed to show the tree save area, but indeed we're going to save those trees. On the fly, I made it a very shorter than what I intended it to be, but I thought maybe everybody would appreciate it after such a long night. Any questions? I'll be more than glad to try to answer them for you. Otherwise, I look for.
Sure. We'll walk for everybody. And I think an important thing to remind everyone is that obviously there's the demo, site plan, and the new construction. So you would be seeking obviously 3 different types of approvals in the long run. Some of them obviously a little bit more nuanced than others, but I figure highlight that to members that that's something that Denise had informed you about. But I appreciate you condensing it. So I think we'll go through, and obviously if folks have questions about demo, site, or new construction, I feel like bring them up in your questions to Mr. Jabori. So Joe, you get to be front on the deck.
All right, man. I think from a site plan standpoint, it's fine. I appreciate you keeping the driveway. The white line on the right-hand side, is that proposed wall fence or just a property line demarcation?
This is an existing fence that it's going to it gets jogged off, but this client, this property owner is the same as Tokyo Run Road, if you recall, 3 years back. And you and I actually met on it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Yeah. I'm
Always,
fine.
he always likes to put very attractive fencing around the property to delineate it. But some of this piece, the back piece, and on this side up to about here, there is a fence here. And
Okay,
then
cool.
it closes back to the existing garage.
That
But
sounds good.
that's what he intends to do, yes.
Okay. Well, just don't make it white vinyl, please. Okay. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you very much, Joe. Ms. Orr.
I don't have any comments. I certainly understand why you need to tear down what's there and move on.
All right, Ms. Murray.
The only concern I have is with the architecture of the proposed new dwelling. I'm not sure that it fits within the guidelines for Limelight Fork, but that's a question to be discussed another day.
Yes, ma'am. I just would like to remind you that we have, both myself and the architect, we have coordinated, we've tried to follow all the guidelines, and I believe this is in harmony with what is there already also in the neighboring lots. But we are more than glad to address your concerns as needed.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Kalinsky.
All right, thank you. Speaking to the architecture, and thank you for leaving that up, Mr. Jabouri.
Yes.
The gable forms on the front, it's white, it's stucco, but the neighbors have say a very similar massing and rhythm to their facades is what I'm seeing here. It seems as though there was some thought given, particularly the neighbor directly to the southwest, and then two over have the center hall with a gable form with some sort of side addition or kind of ancillary portions of the structure off to the side. So this mimics that somewhat. So I was encouraged to see that. Minor thing, most of the other houses in the neighborhood that have this white masonry or white stucco have lighter gray roofs than what's shown here. It's more of a charcoal gray, but a lighter gray roof would help blend it in, be a little more harmonious with the neighbors. With regards to the siting, I understand why the house is sited where it is, partially to take advantage of the existing asphalt drive, but also for the tree save area. But a lot of the neighbors also sit back a little bit further, and it just gives those houses a deeper lawn and a little bit more prominence. Understand why you did this, but if it were to move back, it may have a more impressive effect. So those are my comments.
A couple of issues I would like to bring to your attention. One, this house almost precisely, maybe within 6 inches, sits in the same location that the existing house sits. We did have this house further back. We run into significant issues with 35-foot building height restriction. So a lot of things is going to have to change. The roof peak needs to come. I mean, we don't miss it by inches, we miss it by feet. We had the house further back. We had to bring it back down and sink it even a little bit to make this work.
Okay, so you have significant slope then on the lot? Is that?
Well, in the backyard, in one of the pictures, I think I may have shown, yes, there are steps that, let me see if I can quickly. It's not there, it's not there. But the short answer is, you sort of, I think, I may have failed to take a picture. If you look on this is the existing condition. Pardon me very much for this.
Quite all right. Workshops are meant to be informal, so not,
No, if you notice, this is the existing condition. They have the house, you see how large the house is? We are setting the house, first of all, I want to bring to your attention. The corner of our house is exactly where the existing house is, along this line. So we sided the house the same way. The house doesn't go as deeply back, but then there is this pool area and all that is all flat. And then if you notice, there are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 risers, even at 6 inches, and they're long, deeper than 6 inches, taller than 6 inches. That's going to be a 3-foot drop. So that was the challenge we had.
Understood. I'm just saying there's an opportunity to kind of increase the appearance from the street of being a little bit, say, more impressive the further back it sits. But understand that there's those site restrictions will limit you, and it's not an issue for me because the house to your northeast, to your right, sits up forward too. So I mean, you have precedent for it. I'm good with that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, in all, the devil's in the details. I mean, I think you're going in the right direction, but need to have some good details to make sure this house presents well in the end.
So are you implying that you would like to see more detailed rendering of elevations compared to the neighboring houses?
No, I'm not implying that so much as when you do come back in, you're gonna have to call out all your materials. You need a much better developed set of plans here architecturally
Indeed.
for us to be able to make our judgment on.
Sure.
And if you have the context of the other homes that you could show as part of it, that will be a more convincing argument for us.
Okay.
That'll help us easily say yes.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know. Last when I was involved in this process, you had just joined the board. Do you recall this particular project under the previous ownership?
A little bit.
I do remember this. I don't remember all the details though. I can't imagine what
I understand.
that design was.
I believe that was a more enormous house than this, and they proposed a significantly larger hardscape in the backyard and all of that. And
let's dig back through my records now. I'm curious.
I am sure Denise can provide that information. I did not ask for it because it didn't matter. I was feeling comfortable that we were doing less than what they were doing.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that this is going to fit the neighborhood. I'm encouraged to see it.
Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Swan?
I have no comments. I thank you for the presentation. I also thank Ms. Glansky's comments as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Camplin.
No, I don't have any comments or questions. Thanks.
Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only comment I have is this will be taller than the building that it's replacing, and it is reliant on screening from the lot next door, that is to the right of the view that you're currently showing us, to screen it from the meeting house and the country day school in Georgetown Pike. So with that caveat, I think it's fine, but I do note that all the garage doors face the historic district.
Similar to the current condition.
I don't doubt that. I'm just making that observation.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, John. Ms. Aubrey.
Thank you. I cannot remember from the earlier project proposal what the status was of archaeological survey or any need for it. But I'm sure Mr. Jabouri could tell us because he probably would remember that. But since almost everything on this lot is proposed to be demolished and regraded, I would like to know whether or not there is any archaeological sites on this lot before they start grading. Can you tell us what the status is?
Miss Aubrey, I was not involved with the previous application whatsoever.
Ah, okay.
A different civil engineering firm was handling that. I am unaware that if a request for an archaeological survey was made by the board, I am very doubtful. But I could be wrong. Admittedly, I have not looked into that. Since it is, since it is a non-contributing parcel, I am very doubtful that this request was made before. And if it wasn't made before and it was approved, and I am sure, respectfully, that you were part of that process because I know you've been around this board for a while. But regardless, if the request is made, we will adhere to it. I just would like to share with you that I am very doubtful and it wasn't requested before and the plan was approved. The application was approved.
Is this something, Denise, that you could look into to see what happened in the prior application for this parcel?
I have made note.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Hey, thank you, Ms. Aubrey. I think you've gotten a lot of feedback. Langley Fork is always a complicated HOD because of the buildings we're trying to be concerned about preserving and then the scale and size of the more modern construction in the overlay district. I think John or Mr. Burns brought the clear point up about the screening and shielding from the other properties. I think when this comes back, the thing we'll always want to know is obviously what a view from the closer properties are, how that's being managed. So that's something that easily can be done from photography, or even obviously the renderings and information you've shown showing where it is in relation to the other properties. Because I agree, I don't have any concerns with the site plan or the demolition of the buildings, and I don't think any of us have really conveyed that. And once the archaeology question gets answered, I think we'll have very little concern there. The architects made the case that I think we'll want to see the details in the drawings themselves for the plans. And obviously, I think we can go from there. I don't have much more to add than my other colleagues at this point. I just wanted to kind of summarize.
May I just add one point here? If you notice on the civil drawings for this project, there is both in the rear. This is a force main that comes all the way from, if I'm not mistaken, from Turkey Lawn Road and comes all the way, if I'm following the force main line, and gets connected to this existing manhole on the road. I have not personally dug deep into it. They are making improvements to the sanitary sewer main system, which I've been told by a source that this force main will be abandoned. The reason I'm explaining all of these things, the concern regarding screening on this side, especially if this force main stays in place or is still active, that is going to be a very challenging matter because they're not going to let us plan things to screen. My client in all of his projects, he is adamant that he plants significant evergreens or some means that to screen the property from the neighboring properties because of the level of clients or purchasers that purchase his properties. And we love to screen things, but I'm just bringing to your attention that if this force main does not get abandoned, which I need to look into it more, is going to create a challenge for us doing it on this side, which is against the Cheney's property.
Well, my primary concern is always going to be with the contributing properties and how they, and that's more a case of I just want to understand how that's going to fit within their views. You know, I'm sure the client for this property will be happy with it. You know, again, it's a complicated narrative to work with the properties in this portion of this HOD because you have cost and you have taste and then you have history all intermixing in a very unique way. I think just be mindful that when you do come back, some of the things are a lot easier to approve than the design. And so the more info that we can have on the details for that design when it comes to us, I think the more receptive we can be on that portion, which I think is going to be the largest one we'll have the most conversation on. The other two are far easier.
Sure, point well taken, but the operative word you used was contributing property, and as I mentioned, this is not. This
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. But this could affect the contributing properties depending on what it does and what it looks like. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
Point well taken.
But I suspect based on this, we'll probably see you back in the near future for one or subsequent applications for.
Indeed, I mean, if it's up to my client, he wants to be back in a week. But yes.
I will try to commit to you that if you did come back for a non-application and if it were any type of workshop, we'll make sure you're number one in the lineup next time.
Thank you so very much. You're very
kind. Word on that.
Thanks. Are you implying that I should come back for another workshop?
I mean, this is just my personal observation. I would say the biggest item that I think I see running into challenges is the actual new construction, the site plan, and the demolition seemed that everybody didn't seem to have a bit of concern about. That's just me. You've seen us operate before. You know that that's really where, as Mr. Kalinsky put it, that's where our devil in our details gets in, is trying to make the design the best design possible, but you also know what the client's looking for and what they may or may not be willing to be flexible with. So I hope that was as vague as a federal employee in my regular daytime job can be, to say depends.
You did very well. So I will coordinate with Denise. We were hopeful to come back with voting visit, but we'll see. Let me get the architect's materials, and we'll keep in touch.
All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for your time. Sorry we had a long night. I tried to be as quick as possible.
Thank you for your brevity. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening, everybody.
All right, everyone. That was the last of our presentations, and we go into board and staff items. I've already communicated to Denise that I would like to do these as expeditiously as possible for the sake of the hour. So we will try to go through these rather quickly. Well, also welcome to your first meeting here, Ms. Kaplan. That really came for a doozy. We try not to do these every time. That being said, first item on board and staff items is review and action on the approval of the previous month's minutes from March 2022. Denise, did you receive any comments on the minutes?
I did not.
Do any members have any comments on the minutes? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes as provided and pay the recording secretary.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Burns.
I move that the ARB approve the March 10th, 2022 meeting minutes as presented and pay the recording secretary, Mr. Johnson.
Do I have a second? Mr. Seconded by Mr. Kalinsky. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion passes. Denise, treasurer's report.
The beginning balance, excuse me, excuse me, was $18,795.19. Various budget adjustments happened along with paying the clerk, left you with a total balance of $18,245.01.
All right. Thank you, Denise. Any questions to Denise on that budget update? Seeing any nor any hands raised. We have no administrative items on
Although, I'm sorry, Chris, we do. I'm sorry.
Oh, we do. Oh,
Yeah.
Sidewinder front of me. All right,
I
Denise, what's up?
apologize. I just do want to point out that if the May meeting is in person, and that is a big if, we will be holding the meeting at the City of Fairfax Regional Library, the library right there in the middle of the City of Fairfax. The government center will be shut down for a vaccination clinic, so I had to move the room. Just an FYI, that will be happening if the meeting is in person.
All right, and I keep having Denise update me on any of that change. So the moment she knows something on it, she will let us know. She has to though continually reserve spaces in the appending situation that we actually do go back. All right, seeing no other questions there. Discussion, updates, reports. So Lorton Workhouse Master Plan, I told Denise she has to talk about this one at least for a minute to get that on everyone's radar. So Denise, hit it.
Sure. So I am requesting a volunteer to serve on a work group, which is meeting about once a month for the next year or so for the revision to the Lorton Workhouse campus. Meetings so far have been in the evenings and over Zoom, although I would anticipate a few in-person meetings as the year continues. So I was wondering if anybody was interested. I think the ARB's perspective would be greatly appreciated by the work group.
And as everyone knows, we frequently obviously do opine on applications for this location, and we have had meetings there in person, so they seek our input a lot. Denise, you don't need the answer tonight, correct?
No.
So what I would ask is that folks think about that. If you have an interest, noted it's a year-long commitment, let Denise and I know so that we can put your name forward and get someone on that committee or work group.
I thought that was always the rookie's job, the new person's job. Well, welcome, Karen. Welcome to the group.
What night is it? Do you know what nights they are and how often in the month?
So far, they've been on Tuesday evenings, and it's been later in the month, so like the fourth Tuesday.
And then do they start at 10 o'clock and end at 1 a.m. or what?
It's just like this, Joe. It's like 6 to 10. And actually, they're very efficient. It's I'm kidding. No more than it's not been more than 2 hours. It usually is around 6:30, 7 o'clock that we start.
I gotcha. And then is it a who does it comprise of? Sorry, who attends these besides you? Is there...
Mostly county staff, almost all county staff, but there are other members that are outside of the county. Let me try to think. Well, there's a consultant on board whose name I'm completely forgetting, but I can get you that information.
Yeah. Send me an email now and maybe I'll talk to you about it. Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
Yes, sure. Thanks.
All right. No pressure now for anybody, but definitely think about it. Obviously, we want to make sure this location is continuing in the right direction as they develop themselves. BDHR cost sharing grant application. I got Denise to put together a letter to send out to ask to support that. We sent the letter out. You all should have received it. Denise, anything more to add other than we applied for the funds?
Just waiting now, and thank you for everybody's help, and particularly Mr. Burns.
Yes, definitely, John. Thank you for all your assistance in that. We'll see if the VDHR likes us enough to give it match more money with us again. Well, fingers crossed. Homes, runs, acres, HOD. Denise?
Sure. Yeah, I was trying to be quick. So there is a work group session next Wednesday. Yes, next Wednesday at 6:30 over Teams. We continue to talk to the work group about the community poll, and next week we will be talking about boundaries as well.
Okay, great. Any comments there? Scanning all the faces. I see none. Section 106 cases. You got a quick
Right.
update for us on this one?
I do. So there was a Section 106 kind of request for a consulting party for a programmatic agreement to move the Metropolitan Washington Coastal Storm Risk Management Feasibility Study forward, with the stipulation that archaeological and architectural investigation requirements would happen during pre-construction engineering design part of the project. So staff went ahead and said that the county would like to be a consulting party. That information was distributed to the ARB earlier in the month. And I just was wondering if you all would also like to be a consulting party on this project.
I'll add my 2 cents in and then have to basically recuse myself from doing this because I review the agency that does these, but that these agreements are typically set up to be long-lasting tools for future design. So it might be worth considering ARB participation, but that is up to the ARB membership to decide. And obviously the county's participating, but this is a future long-term planning thing that we'll probably see future actions coming at us with.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Burns.
Yeah, I looked at the maps they provided us, and I was rather appalled that they're proposing a storm wall along what's called New Alexandria, which is the first subdivision south of the golf course below the Beltway on the George Washington Memorial Parkway. And I noted that the same type of condition in the city of Alexandria was a retractable wall. So it seems like Fairfax County is getting short shrift on this. So I think it's wise for us to look at that, particularly since I think there's been some rumblings about potentially making that New Alexandria development a historic district, maybe not a historic overlay district. But that was prompted by the proposal to redo the Bellevue Shopping Center. So that's worth keeping an eye there. So I think it's worth our involvement.
Well, I would look, if the other members are nodding their heads, then we could obviously go through the process of indicating we want to be a party to this consultation. We'll go through those steps to notify the BOS of that request. All right. I'm seeing nods. I'm going to take that as a yes, we'll move forward with that. Denise, I'll work with you to do that in a way that's appropriate, recognizing my restrictions on that level.
Okay, I do have a motion in the.
Oh, you do have a motion.
I do. At the end, it's highlighted as sort of optional.
Don, I would entertain that motion.
Okay, and since I opened my big mouth. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that the ARB notify the Board of Supervisors and the corresponding district supervisor that the ARB would like to be a Section 106 consulting party for the Metropolitan Washington Coastal Storm Risk Management Feasibility Study. The ARB will direct county staff to relay this request.
Is there a second? I think I saw Elise raise her hand. Yes, so Elise got that second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And Denise, I'm abstaining. All right. Thank you, everyone. Any correspondence or announcements, Denise? I see none from the... Oh, well, announcements. No, we should really make this announcement genuine, I would say. We obviously must welcome Karen, Ms. Camplin to the ARB. Karen, welcome. Welcome to the ARB, and I'm sorry you had to join at such a meeting that went on for so long. I'm happy to have you here. We're excited to have someone with a planning background.
Thank you, and I'm very excited to be here. And it was a wonderful meeting, despite long, but it was fascinating. So I enjoyed it. It was a really good first meeting, and it's great meeting everybody.
I'm just glad you hung in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. But just think she came in a half hour late though. Just remember.
She's a half hour.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Hey, Joe, she's smarter than you and I.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Obviously, I will definitely offer at any time if you want to have a call or chat about some of the ins and outs of the board or some of the stuff that Denise sent to you. I know we sent a lot of stuff, plus we just we're updating our guidelines. Feel free. Denise can obviously share my number. I sent you an email to reach out anytime. I'm going to be home on paternity leave for the next 12 weeks, so I will have some free time to talk while holding a sleeping baby, probably.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you so much. All right, we've gone through the announcements, old business, courthouse arcade repairs. The only update I have is there was discussion of us potentially working with the History Commission to, again, push at the district level, not the chairman of the Board of Supervisors levels, to see if there was anything that could be done, because being kicked down the road with we'll do repairs later didn't really sit well, particularly with the History Commission. Denise, I don't know if we've talked about doing any conjoint effort, but that was all I had as an update on that one.
So today, the Providence representative from the History Commission met with Supervisor Pelchik and her staff to bring this issue to Supervisor Pelchik's attention. And we provided, History Commission provided the letter, the photographs, and Supervisor McKay's response letter. And there's no movement now, but the dialogue was started.
All right. Thank you so much, Denise. We'll continue to track that one. And obviously we've got our man in the field, Jason, there watching that constantly. Last but not least, bylaws update. As far as I understand, it's May is when they take this up, correct? And so if so, our bylaws may be updated to make some of the changes we proposed regarding the 106 issue, as well as member attendance requirements.
That is correct. So May 10th, and that board item was submitted and accepted. So we're going.
Perfect. All right. Unless there is any new business. Oh, Joe.
Yeah. Just my observation tonight, and I don't want to be the squeaky wheel or anything like that, but but not only tonight, but several other times, it's kind of gone a little more than what we'd like to do time-wise for these meetings. And I know we always, I guess my observation is we always read 8 minutes and 3 minutes presentations, but can we put a clock on the screen so that people, seriously, because I think it's out of control and we need to control ourselves perhaps, but then also should Denise or someone in your capacity look at the agenda items and say, dude, this is going to take pretty long here, and maybe we say we have a maximum that we can entertain on an evening, because what's happening is, I'll be frank with you, the last three, I mean, I was cooked, frankly, and I was not as responsive as I would have been. So I think we're shortchanging them by just dragging this thing on, these meetings so long. So maybe we have a cap of only 5 cases we can do. And that's a combination of new and approval ones and workshop ones, and then boom, they go down to the next month. Just observation, not a recommendation.
What I'll say, Joe, is the applications definitely have a strict timeline. We've struggled as a board with workshops because of the fact that they're meant to be more dialogues. But yeah, that was a problem today. And part of it is the virtual environment makes it really hard to control an applicant on a time basis. But I definitely think we need to talk about maybe a limit on workshop sessions.
Oh yeah, I agree 100%. I was ready to say that. Maybe they get 10 minutes versus 8. But I tell you, it's gotten out of control. And frankly, just think, hey, we're at the Fairfax County Library right now, or Fairfax City Library. All right, we got to drive home. You got John has to drive 35, 40 minutes to get home. And I'll be darned, I mean, I'm not complaining, it's just an observation, but I think somehow we got to make it more plausible to do, because I noticed over the last, I don't know, some have been very long. This has been probably the longest one, I think, since I've been on the board, and I've been on the board for I think 10 plus years. But it seems I know it's the virtual thing adds a little bit of time there, but in reality we had some late ones too in person. But I just think somehow we got to control it either by minimizing or maximizing the number of cases we hear workshop and new ones, but definitely time limits on workshops. Something needs to give a little bit. I mean, I don't know, do others on the board feel the same way, or am I just the only cranky one tonight?
No, I agree. I am with you. And I would like for them to bring professionally done.
Yeah.
Well, at a workshop, Kay, the workshop is designed to not require that type of submission. That is something that is deliberately designed at the workshop level, is concept presentation. I would agree that we need to try to control the presentation time at those, and maybe we need to limit the workshops. But when it comes to applications, if someone's coming for an application, we can't turn them away from a numbers perspective. That's kind of we're a voluntary board. If it's an actual application, I think we get some pretty hard pushback on our job if it was an application. A workshop, I would personally say, hey, particularly with these design ones we're going to start seeing, we may need to start capping that discussion, because it could get late.
I think we need to, dude, because the bottom line is as you know, we just saw 3 from Holland Hills, and Holland Hills, we have a board member, John Burns, which is going to be excellent on all of them, and he's going to speak his piece because that's his neighborhood. I don't blame you, John. I would too. The bottom line is we're going to have more of that coming in, and they are going to be excruciating review, because they're all in view of everyone, as opposed to the last lot we saw is way tucked in the corner and no one really sees it. Honestly, I think too, we need to, I mean, maybe I was rude, maybe a little bit with the woman with the landscaping, the proposed landscape, because the bottom line is no one's going to see it. I don't want to, push her down the road, but that presentation being cut down as a workshop, dude, that thing could have been done in 10 minutes versus 25.
5.
And that is, if you look at our bylaws are very prescribed on the applications, not on the workshops. Yeah. And so that is where we have I think we can definitely constrain that, and maybe that's something we need to talk about for further limitations.
Well, and my other observation is the guy with the garage in Holland Hills. I mean, he's talked more about himself than a damn design, and I was ready to say, just shut up and just talk about the design, because he has
remember, Joe, we do record these meetings.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Remember, we record them for your own sake.
Well, that's what I'm sorry. I apologize, but scratch that, erase the recording. No, just kidding. But no, I'm just getting a little agitated because it's about design, not about personal experiences so much that it drags on the meeting, and therefore people's comments are not going to be as good as they could be because they're getting fatigued. I'll be frank with you.
I definitely, and I will, as the chair, I'll hear you. I as you saw with the landscape one, I tried to constrain it. I think we can definitely set some stronger limits on the workshops. And like I said, I told John this, I meet the week before with Denise about the agenda. I think we have to put a cap, Denise, probably on these if we're going to get these complicated workshop ones. And some of them, we can catch just by the applicant. Other times we're just going to have to say, hey, maybe it's just 3. That's the best we can get. But if we have a stacked deck of applications, it's just 1,
Well, but in some jurisdictions, they have a cap what they can hear. I mean, or else it goes on to the second night.
We got to change the bylaws for that.
Yeah, well, exactly. But can we at least have a clock on the screen for all 3? Timer. I think that's critical, because unless Denise, you have a timer and you interrupt. Excuse me. You have 1 minute 30 seconds left. That's.
And I have a timer set for public input, for public comment. So I have a 3-minute timer set, and I can interrupt. I'm fine with that. You just need to decide what that time limit is.
Well, we got 8 and 3. Just have that up there. I don't see that.
Well, so I can't actually project the clock because
but just just say it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say unless Chris.
I think I will say, in defense of our applicants, I think the ones that went for application actually probably did pretty decent in those time windows. So I didn't time ourselves there.
Yeah.
But what I'll endeavor for all of y'all is I will try for our next workshops to be as vocal as I can on a virtual platform. If you had me in the room, then it's not a problem. It's easy to kind of slow someone down, but in a virtual environment, it's hard to stop someone when they're showing you cool graphics, I guess.
Understood. Well, but yeah, but those graphics.
Yeah.
Oh, there's much better
No.
graphics out there. But I will say this: action item number 4 was way too long. The heck residence. I even had a note here. Way too long. Should have been a workshop lesson because the guy. I mean, we should have voted on. I don't know. That's just me. I'm sorry, I'm being cranky, but that's what happens when I go. It's past my bedtime about an hour and a half, dude. You know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Like, don't get water. Don't feed Joe past midnight. Right? That's the joke.
There we go.
Wondered was how many of those many additions that the architects have done, who both cited all their additions, how many are buildings that are now non-contributing?
Good point.
Oh, okay. All right, folks. I was trying to wrap us up but
sorry,
yes,
I dragged it out.
Obviously, I will take that under advisement, working with Denise to make sure we keep the workshops to a minimum and we try to control the presenters. But Kay, I know what you're getting at, but we left it open for them to bring whatever they wanted to bring to talk concept. We recognize that they need to know that if they come for application, and you said the right stuff. They need to have actual implementable drawings when they come for a proposal, or we'll reject it outright, of course. So, all right, folks. I don't want to hold us any longer unless someone else has another observation. We need to get Joe some food and some snacks.
No, that's fine. I already had licorice. I already had some gummy licorice and so forth to tie me over. So I'm sorry.
moved for adjournment.
Yeah,
that's a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I object.
I hear none. We are adjourned.
Have a good holiday.
Peace.
Bye, everybody.
Happy Easter or whatever.
Yes.